Hi Vikas, you can
Uh,
unmute now. हाँ विकास, हाँ विकास आपको कुछ
Good
बोलना
morning.
है? Good morning, good
y-
morning, good morning Vikas.
yeah.
Yeah. How are you Vikas? You can
Uh, uh,
unmute now. हाँ विकास.
I am good.
So विकास आप basically आप कहाँ से हो? You're from which state?
I am basically from Ranchi, Jharkhand, and currently staying in Delhi now, New Delhi.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you do Vikas? Where you work?
I work in IFCO Tokyo, General Insurance Company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know that Vikas.
Yeah.
Nice.
May, may I know yours? You are from
Sure.
which place?
Sure. So my name is Nikhil Iyer. I am from Mumbai, Maharashtra, and I'm working in RBL Bank, yeah, as a manager. Okay,
Yeah.
Vikas, yeah. Guys, सभी अपना वीडियो ऑन कीजिए. Hi Bhushan, hi Vivek, hi Satyajit. Satya, you want to say something to everyone? So this is an so guys, this is a open mic session. तो आपको जिसको भी कुछ बात करनी है, कुछ कहना है, you can raise your hand. You can give your brief introduction to us. Give your brief introduction to us. Give your brief introduction to us. Give your brief introduction. Someone has raised his hand. So Vivek Singh, you can on your video please. आपका वीडियो ऑन कीजिए विवेक. हाँ, let me yeah, unmute कीजिए अभी.
Unmute. Yeah, hi.
हाँ,
yeah.
बोलिए ना.
I'm from originally from Pune, Maharashtra. Right now I'm here at my in-laws place at Bhopal.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm Vivek Singh. I'm associated with TISA since 2010. I'm an IT professional, and yeah, I mean, like I used to run a self-help group in my organization. In 2010 to as long as I was associated with my previous organization. So yeah, that's all about my intro. I couldn't participate yesterday because I was having office yesterday, but I'll be participating today and tomorrow. Yeah, that's all.
So Vivek, that is so wonderful to know about you. And so Vivek, can you tell me any 3 points which you have learned from TISA and which you're applying in your life still?
Yeah, the first and foremost thing which TISA helped me was with self-acceptance and desensitization. Okay. So that was the first thing which I learned from TISA. The other thing was about controlling my mind. I did a course in Vipassana in the year 2010 at Pune itself, Sarasbag. There is a Vipassana institute here. So this was the second thing. And third thing was that time we used to use bouncing as taught by Sachin sir. JP is a good example. If somebody has to learn about bouncing, then JP is the right guy to go to. And apart from that, I've also done the Maguire course. So there are a lot of things in Maguire course also, which has helped me manage my stutter. The first TISA conference at Bhubaneswar has been a conference which I would cherish for ever. I would say it was an experience of its kind. So yeah, I mean, I think I've highlighted the 3 points which you asked me to highlight. Yeah, thanks.
Nice, Vivek. It's wonderful things. I think which we all have also like learned from TISA, and we have inherited it, and we have also applied it in our life also on these things. Yeah. Yeah, Vivek, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So guys, anyone else wants to speak? You can raise your hand. You can like give you a brief introduction to us. So like national conference. So you just feel free to give your introduction. You can raise your hand and you can like say something about yourself. But guys, one humble request: please on your videos, so that we can we can like we can see your face and we can have a like good interaction with you all. Face-to-face interactions. Feel free. Yeah. Let me unmute Bhushan. Yeah, Bhushan, you can unmute yourself.
So, hi guys, my name is Bhushan Khandekar. I am from Mumbai. Basically, I lived in Nagpur, but for job concern, I am here from 1 year. I am associated with TISA from last 8 months, and it is a wonderful journey till now. And I increase my confidence. I reduce my anxiety, and I improve my communication skill through TISA platform. And TISA platform gives me a very good opportunity to increase my communication skills. And I have been a part of the TOPG program, and it is a wonderful program which gives me confidence. And last day in my office, I talked to my MD sir, and it is a very wonderful talk. And I just applied the pausing technique, and I feel very confident that I can speak to my boss, which is on the top of the company's head, and it feels very nice and confident. Thank you.
Nice, Bhushan. It is so nice to know about your experience. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Thank you, Bhushan. Next, we have Sarthak.
Yeah.
Let me unmute you, Sarthak. Yeah, Sarthak.
Hello everyone.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. My name is Sarthak Oberoi. I am from New Delhi. I am 23 years old. I am a final year BBA LLB student, and I also write short poetry and poems. So sir, मैंने कुछ पोएम और पोइट्री लिखी है, स्टैमरिंग के ऊपर भी लिखी है, लाइफ के ऊपर भी लिखी है, कोरोना के ऊपर भी लिखी है, तो मैं आप सबके साथ वो शेयर करना चाहूंगा।
बिल्कुल सार्थक, हम भी एकदम उत्सुक है आपकी कविता सुनने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। तो सर, स्टैमरिंग में मैंने ऐसा कुछ लिखा था, माना रुक रुक के बोलते हैं हालात बुरे हैं, माना रुक रुक के बोलते हैं हालात बुरे हैं, मगर एक दिन पटर पटर बोलेंगे आंखों में सपने और जिंदगी में हौसले पूरे हैं। और स्टैमरिंग के ऊपर एक और चीज मैंने लिखी थी, वो ऐसी है कि ए सार्थक तुम हकलाना, कुछ बाकियों की भी सुनना, कुछ अपनी भी सुनाना, कठिन कठिन परिस्थितियों में शांति बरताना, सोचना संभलना और थोड़ी सहजता दिखाना, फिर मुस्कुराना और प्यार से हकलाना, ऐसा अर्थक तुम हकलाना। लोग हंसते हैं तो हंसने दो, तुम बेझिझक सुनाना, इस कमजोरी को अपनी ताकत बनाना, ऐसा अर्थक तुम हकलाना। स्वीकृति जरूरी है ये स्वीकारना, बस निरादर होने के कहीं डर से डर मत जाना, ए सार्थक तुम हकलाना, ए सार्थक तुम हकलाना। तो सर ये मेरी पोएम थी स्टैमरिंग के ऊपर। और जैसा कि आप लोगों को पता है कि इंडिया में सेकंड वेव आई थी, और जो मई के महीने के अंदर आई थी, और एक्चुअली मैं दिल्ली से बिलोंग करता हूँ, तो उस टाइम जो मेरे यहाँ के हालात थे उसके ऊपर मैंने कुछ लिखा था। वो कुछ ऐसा था कि दवा कम पड़ रही है, हवा कम पड़ रही है, हर तरफ मातम का माहौल है, आम आदमी क्या कर सकता है, ये तो राजनीति का झोल है। और मैंने एक और चीज उसके ऊपर लिखी थी, जिधर देखो उधर मातम का हाल है, इस समय में भी लोग कर रहे व्यापार हैं, ना भगवान का डर है ना मौत का ख्याल है, ये इंसान है या इंसान के वेश में कोई काल है। और ये थी मेरी दो छोटी सी पोएम कोरोना के ऊपर। और मैंने कुछ लाइफ के ऊपर भी लिखा था, हालात हमारे भी बुरे थे, धक्के हमने भी खाए हैं, ए बड़ा शहर तेरा कर्ज हम चुकाने आए हैं। और एक और चीज लिखी थी, ए जिंदगी क्या रंग दिखाए हैं, ए जिंदगी क्या रंग दिखाए हैं, अपने लोगों ने भी चेहरे के पीछे मुखौटे छुपाए हैं।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है
और,
सर।
और एक दो और थी सर जो मैंने लिखी थी। एक मैंने प्यार के ऊपर लिखी थी, माना शोर भरे शहर में बसेरा है मेरा, माना शोर भरे शहर में बसेरा है मेरा, मैं सन्नाटों में भी सफर करता हूँ, तुम आंखों में अपनी दुख को मत छुपाया करो, तुम मुस्कुराहट में अपनी दुख को मत छुपाया करो, मैं तुम्हारी आंखें भी पढ़ता हूँ। और एक और चीज मैंने लिखी थी, वो ऐसी थी कि प्यार में जिस जरूरी है क्या, प्यार में जिस जरूरी है क्या, हमने इबादत से भी काम चलाया है। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है सार्थक, बहुत 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 बढ़िया।
थैंक यू सो मच।
इतना लाइक हुनर आपके अंदर इतना भरा हुआ है सार्थक, बहुत 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 ही बढ़िया लगा आपकी
सर मैं
कविताएं। हाँ
यस सर, मैं कुछ कहना चाहूंगा सर।
बिल्कुल।
सर एक्चुअली टीसा ज्वाइन किया था मैंने 1 या 2 महीने पहले, लेकिन आई वाज नॉट सो एक्टिव। तो अंदर से मुझे अभी पिछले 1-2 हफ्ते में हुआ कि सर कि नहीं कि सर सार्थक तू LLB का स्टूडेंट है, अगले साल तेरे को फेस करना है कोर्ट, तो यही टाइम है, अगर तूने अपने भी अब काम नहीं किया तो अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता। तो पिछले 1 वीक से मैं एक्टिव हूँ, और मेरी हर दिन मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल जो होती हैं उस पर मैं एक्टिव हूँ, जितनी भी मीटिंग होती है मैं उस पर एक्टिव हूँ। और मेरी 3-4 लोगों से बात भी हुई है, जैसे संतोष सर हैं, एल्विन सर हैं, एक राहुल सर थे, उन्होंने मेरे को मोटिवेट किया है। और सर मेरी प्रॉब्लम पहले से बहुत सॉल्व हुई है, और मैं टीसा को थैंक यू बोलना चाहूंगा कि मुझे आज ऐसा कोई प्लेटफॉर्म मिला जहाँ के मैं अपनी शायरी सुना पाया, क्योंकि सर ये 5 साल तक ये शायरी मैंने कहीं किसी को भी नहीं सुनाई थी, खाली इससे आज मुझे एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिला और मैंने अपनी शायरी सुनाई सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
क्या बात है, थैंक यू सार्थक, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। So guys, anyone else wants to like participate, please raise your hand. So this is the time, you can like say something about yourself. You can say if you want to like show your hidden talent. If अपना हुनर दिखानी हो तो you can like show us. This is a like open mic session. Anyone like wants to participate, please raise your hand, and please on your video also. Let me like pick some participants. Sandeep Patel, can you on your video? Sandeep Patel. संदीप आपको मैं ये कर रहा हूँ अनम्यूट कर रहा हूँ एक सेकेंड.
यस यस
किया अनम्यूट किया.
हाँ सर किया सर ऑनलाइन.
हाँ संदीप आप कैन यू गिव योर इंट्रोडक्शन टू अस?
Yes, sure. First of all, I will thank you so much, the TISA for this NC. I have just joined 10 days back that TISA, and this is my first time I am going to miss live on TISA NC. First of all, my name is Sandeep Patil, and I am living in Pune, and currently I am working with SCA Limited in Pune. I am getting this problem from my childhood, but in 2010 I have taken that sometime this therapy with the help of therapists, but it was only for few months. But that I stopped that therapy because it is stammering again came the problem for me. But in last 2 months ago, I checked in YouTube that Akansha Mathur video I seen, and then that time I came to know about that about that TISA. And after that watching teaching video, actually I fall in COVID, and so means after that recovering from COVID, I just came back to office before 10 days ago, and I am just live this our TISA. I am requesting you after that our NC is done. I am requesting to I want to participate in a TPOG session to overcome my stammering and for the acceptance and for all the technique about that stammering. I am very happy for that.
Nice, Sandeep.
Yes. Yesterday also, Yesterday also, yesterday also, this whole day I have online for that NC because I seen that full full movie about that Sudhir. It was very best movie I seen that yesterday, because I night 2 hours I have watched, but it was really inspiring for all that for us. I am very happy because I am requesting to all that participant you have did note that all the point that all teaching in this NC, because it will help us when that NC is over. It will be help us to understand what they have teach in that NC. Thank you so much, sir.
Absolutely, Sandeep. Thank you so much for your wonderful introduction. And yes, in TOPG course, you will learn so many things that you can easily manage your stammering very well. Yeah. Okay, Sandeep. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Guys, anyone else wants to participate? You can raise your hand and you can like say something about your, yeah. Because can you yeah, because let me unmute you. Yeah, because you can unmute yourself. Because tell me about yourself. Yeah, something.
I like introduced myself in the starting.
Yeah.
I just wanted to like ask a question that I have one daughter who is like 4 years old. So my concern is, since last 1 year she also started stammering. So I just wanted to know from all married guys, like are they facing such problem that their son or daughter are also stammering? Like, have anyone faced? So I like daughter was okay till age of 3 or so. She used to talk normal. Like, since last 1 year plus, I observed that she also started stammering. So is it like normal, or is it like hereditary transfer to my daughter? Has anyone faced the same?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, because this Rahul Nagali. So actually, my father is also a stammerer. So he used to stammer up to the age of 28 to 30, I think. Like after 30 years, like the stammer has reduced and he is not stammering now. Actually, he did some breathing exercises constantly for 6 to 8 months. Like he used to attend to a yoga classes in the community, and so he is able to go through. He said that breathing exercises, confidence, and you have to talk in a slow pace. So he suggested me, and you're right. It is stammering can become, we can like it can come from my father or mother. So probability of getting a stammerer to a son is like to a mm, male child is more than a female child. So for example, me and my sister. So my sister is not a stammerer, so it came to me. And in my family circle and friend circle also, there is a case that the son has stammer. So I went to Madras ENT Institute of like it's an hospital which deals with stammering and speech therapy issues in Chennai. I went there. So at the time they said that the probability of getting stammerer to a female child is less compared to a male child. And as you're saying, the age of your child is 4 years is not at all a problem. Actually, I went to that institute in Chennai at the age of 24, 25, I think. So I'm a present of 28. So they said like if they are going to get the child at the age of 4 to 8 years in that time, so the by using speech therapy or some other techniques, they can make the child like in a better manner. So like when I'm in my childhood, like at the age of 10, my parents take me to a hospital. They said that they said that like they said like we don't have any treatment for this, and it will go off like at the age of 25 30 it will go up. They said like that at that time. So no need to now worry now for your child case. By therapy or some other thing, it will be gone off, because we have many platforms now. TISA is there, some other things are there. But there is a chances. Definitely there is a chances. If you are stammerer, the possibility of getting a child is there only. Yeah.
Okay, Rahul, thank you so much for your answer.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, Nikhil.
Yeah. Yeah, Bhushan.
विकास जी,
you can speak.
हाँ विकास जी, मेरे को एक लड़की है 12 साल की और लड़का 6 साल का है। तो मेरी लड़की जब 3-3.5 साल की थी तब उसको स्टैमरिंग होता था। फिर मैं बहुत ही कॉशियस हुआ था कि क्या करना चाहिए, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए। तो ऑटोमेटिकली 1 साल के बाद तो उसका जो स्टैमरिंग है वो रिड्यूस होके चला गया। अभी उसको स्टैमरिंग नहीं है। और राहुल जी ने जैसे कहा है कि लड़कियों में ज़्यादातर नहीं रहता। सेम थिंग लाइक टू हैपन इन माय फैमिली आल्सो, क्योंकि मेरी बहन है उसको नहीं है और मेरी फैमिली में शायद ही किसी को होगा, जो मुझे पता नहीं है। तो लेकिन वो मेरे को हो गया है। ठीक है। और मेरा जो लड़का है जो 6-7 साल, वो स्टैमरिंग करता है। पर अभी अपने पास स्पीच थेरेपी के ऑप्शन है, टीसा है, बाकी है, तो उसको मैनेज करना पड़ेगा। तो वो हेरिडिटरी भी है और लड़कियों में ज़्यादा नहीं आती और लड़कों में आती है। तो इट माइट बी पॉसिबल कि वो यानी उसका ग्रोथ होगा तो वो स्टैमरिंग कम होगा शायद, मुझे लगता है। होप फॉर द बेस्ट।
Yeah. Okay, Bhushan, thank you so much. So, because my perspective is that it's important to educate your child regarding stammering at a very young age. So they will also know what is stammering and about it, so that she can also manage very well. And yes, at an early age you can give her some in some education and tips on how to manage it, so that at a very early age she can control her stammering, which can be extremely useful for her in the future also for her. So, and yes, and it is genetic, as we all know. And yes, if you educate her at a very early age, and if you tell her about all these things very well, and I'm sure that she can easily manage herself. Yeah, Vikas, thank you, Vikas. और किसी को कुछ anyone from the Google form applicants, किसी ने फॉर्म भरा था किसी ने, और you are ready with what you wanted to speak? Anyone from Google form, किसने Google form भरा था कोई? Okay, so anyone wants to give your introduction and want to say something about you? Okay, let me pick some random participants. Guys, please on your video, everyone. This is open mic session, and it will be good if you all can on your videos. So let me pick some random participants. Srinivas, can you on your video? Yes, you can speak. Isa 1, 2, 3. You can unmute yourself and speak. Yeah.
Nikhil,
Yeah, ma'am.
is Srinivas going to speak, or is it okay if I talk?
Yeah, ma'am. You can talk for a few minutes. Yes.
Okay. I'm Mansi Kulkarni and I'm 57 years old, currently working with Air India. As Vivek had pointed out, even my dad had stammering in the beginning, and he was very strict with, like, we are 5 siblings, with my 2 brothers and me, because I was very stubborn. So, we all 3 developed stammering, and my other 2 sisters, they were pretty normal. But what I would like to suggest Vivek is not to be bothered about all these things, because since he has joined TISA now, gradually there will be improvement in him, and he will be able to pass on whatever techniques he will be learning from TISA, whichever way he will himself find improvement in him. And then gradually वो जो लड़की में जो भी आया है, because as he said कि पहले नहीं था, अभी it has developed. So might be because like वो जो देख रही है इसके कारण होता होगा, तो शायद विवेक आप में इम्प्रूवमेंट आ जाएगी, आप प्रैक्टिस करोगे ज्यादा, तो उसके साथ शायद उसका भी चला जाएगा, ऐसे भी हो सकता है. बिकॉज थोड़ा सा सराउंडिंग में भी होता है कि हम किसी को इमिटेट करें तो थोड़ा हमको भी स्टैमरिंग आ जाती है. मुझे उस तरह से भी थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया था स्टैमरिंग. बट टीसा में हम काफी सारी टेक्निक सीखते हैं, एंड हेड्स ऑफ टू टीसा कि आप लोगों को एट अ यंग एज ओनली यू हैव गॉट दिस प्लेटफॉर्म. आई जॉइन टीसा जस्ट अ ईयर बैक when my stammering was almost under control. Like it came under control at the age of 30, 35. And we should always remember one thing in life, that स्टैमरिंग है तो उसको ओवरकम करने के लिए हमको ज्यादा से ज्यादा बात करनी पड़ती है, नहीं कि हम बात करने से डरे या तो बात कम करें. और आपकी बेटी को भी आप जितना अभी से उसको वो प्रेशर देने की जरूरत नहीं है. यू शुड लेट हर टॉक फ्रीली एंड मैक्सिमम कॉन्फिडेंटली. दैट कॉन्फिडेंस ओनली विल ओवरकम हर स्टैमरिंग. और
अच्छा.
Yeah, I think she's on mute. Yeah. Vikas, you want to say something, Vikas? Yeah.
Nikhil, can multiple participants cannot be unmuted क्या? Only single can be unmuted क्या?
Yes.
समझी नहीं what you said.
मैम, लाइक मुझे जनवरी में एक और बेटी हुई है. so like now 8 months now. So after like hearing all this, मुझे अब लग रहा कि मेरी दूसरी बेटी में भी कोई स्पीच प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ जाए. सो आई एम रियली वरीड नाउ. एक में तो स्पीच प्रॉब्लम है और मैंने स्पीच थेरेपी भी स्टार्ट करवाई है, तो इम्प्रूवमेंट है. मतलब लास्ट 1-2 महीने से इज ट्राइंग टू स्पीक वेल, और वो होम टाउन में है. अभी मेरी एक और बेटी हुई है जनवरी में. सो लाइक व्हाट आई फील कि मुझे खुद को पहले स्टैमरिंग पूरा कंट्रोल करना होगा, सो दैट कि मेरी दूसरी बेटी में भी स्पीच प्रॉब्लम ना आ जाए. दैट इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट important thing which I need to focus now. Yes.
यार विकास ऐसे नहीं है कि हर एक सिबलिंग में आती है, लाइक मुझे अभी 3 बच्चे हैं, 2 लड़के हैं, 1 लड़की है।
अच्छा।
या दे ऑल आर अबाउट 20 एंड किसी में भी नहीं आया है। और जब वो लाइक व्हेन दे वर बोर्न तब भी मुझे थोड़ी बहुत स्टैमरिंग थी। मेरी बेटी जब भी हुई तभी तो मुझे काफी स्टैमरिंग होती थी। बट
अच्छा।
इनफैक्ट यू नो, और तभी ये टीसा वगैरह जैसा भी कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं पता था मुझे, और शायद था भी नहीं तभी, बिकॉज एज आई सेड आई एम 57। बट यू नो यू लाइक तुम्हारा भी आई एम प्रिटी श्योर कि ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म है ना टीसा का, इसमें जब हम सबको देखते हैं और उसके जो मूक सेशंस करते हैं, वो जो प्रेजेंटेशन होता है ग्रुप के ऊपर, तो इट हेल्प्स अ लॉट इन कंट्रोलिंग। इनफैक्ट वो आकांक्षा की अगर आप वीडियोस देखोगे तो यू नो विद द स्टाइल एंड स्माइल, ये कुछ कुछ चीजें है ना बहुत जरूरी होती है कि सामने वाले के आंखों में आंख डाल के बात करना, दैट गिव्स यू अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस। टॉक विद अ स्माइल, टॉक विद पॉज, यू नो, और विथ अ वेरी कंट्रोल, मीन्स तुम्हारे स्पीच के ऊपर कंट्रोल होनी चाहिए, तो ऑटोमेटिकली तुम्हारी स्पीच तुम्हारे हाथ में रहती है। ऐसे नहीं कि यू लेट स्टैमरिंग ओवरकम योर स्पीच, इतने स्पीड में मत तुम जाओ। स्पीड तुम्हारी ये रखो कि तुम तुम्हारी स्टैमरिंग को कंट्रोल, तुम्हारे स्पीच को कंट्रोल कर पाओगे, एंड दैट विल बी पॉसिबल ग्रेजुअली। बेसिकली मुझे तो ऐसे लगता है कि जो बच्चे ज्यादा एक्साइटेड रहते हैं ना, उनमें स्टैमरिंग ज्यादा आती है।
हाँ
दैट इज
हाँ
व्हाट इज माय
हाँ
ऑब्जर्वेशन।
हाँ।
बचपन में ऐसी थी, तो मेरी दो बहनें थोड़ी क्वाइट थी, उनमें स्टैमरिंग बिल्कुल नहीं है। और मेरे 2 भाई और मैं, हम लोग
अच्छा।
जो उधमपुर वाले थे, हम तीनों में स्टैमरिंग आ गई है। और तीनों की भी अभी
ओके।
ग्रेजुअली कम हो गई है विद, बिकॉज अभी मेरा भाई तो डॉक्टर है, तो ही हैज टू कीप टॉकिंग, वो कॉलेज में भी। और हमें ना बच्चों को भी ऐसे एक्सटेम्पोर स्पीचेस, या तो उनसे सबके सामने उनको प्रेजेंट करना, उनसे बातें करवाना, पोएट्री रिसाइट
यस
करने को
यस।
बोलना, ये सब हमको उनको एनकरेज करना है, जिससे उनमें कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है, ऑटोमेटिकली ठीक हो जाएगा। तुम्हें मीन्स मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि तुम वरी मत करो, उसके लिए टेंशन मत ले लो बेटे।
Okay,
It will
Okay, okay.
okay, ma'am, thank you so much for your this thing. We have like less time constraints, so we need to like take few more people like who wants to like say something about them. So because you can like attend the NC sessions, you will like learn a lot from different sessions from different people from different perspectives. You will come to know, and yes, you can easily control your stammering, and you can easily be like a very very happy person by attending like different things which TISA provides you, like MOOC, TOPG, and many other things. So guys,
Okay.
yeah, okay, Vikas, thank you. So guys, anyone else wants to speak something? Yeah, Akansha, you can speak.
Yeah, good morning everyone. तो मुझे एक बात शेयर करनी थी आप सबसे। जब मैं छोटी थी, like when I was about to graduate, when I was doing graduation the final year में, सब प्लेसमेंट स्टार्ट रहती हैं, कंपनीज आती हैं, तो उस टाइम आई वाज वेरी स्केर्ड कि मैं तो स्टैमर करती हूँ, मुझे जॉब कैसे मिलेगी, जॉब तो नहीं मिलने वाली, बिल्कुल भी बहुत मुश्किल लगेगी। बट काफी कंपनीज में मैं फाइनल राउंड तक पहुंची थी। मैंने एक कंपनी में ग्रुप डिस्कशन में भी क्लियर किया था, ऑल्दो आई वाज स्टैमरिंग, बट सिंस मेरे जो मैंने कंटेंट बोला था वो काफी रेलेवेंट था, काफी उसमें फैक्ट थे, मतलब उसका मतलब ये था कि मैं काफी वेल रेड हूँ। फिर उसी कंपनी में फाइनल राउंड में आई कुड नॉट कंप्लीट, मतलब कुड नॉट क्लियर इट। फिर मुझे मेरे किसी फैमिली मेंबर ने मुझसे कहा था कि तुम्हें ऐसी कोई जॉब लेनी चाहिए जहाँ तुम्हें ज्यादा बोलना ना पड़े। उन्होंने मुझसे कहा था तुम टैट होता है, सम टीचिंग कोर्स, वो ले लो, फिर तुम गवर्नमेंट जॉब गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में टीचर बन जाना, वहां तुम्हें जाने की भी नीड नहीं है, तुम्हें कोई काम करना ही नहीं पड़ेगा, लोगों से इंटरेक्ट ही नहीं करना पड़ेगा। उस दिन मेरे पास दो ऑप्शन थे, या तो मैं उनकी बात मान लेती या मैं उनकी बात नहीं मानती। फिर मैंने सोचा उनकी बात मान लूंगी तो बहुत ही बोरिंग लाइफ रह जाएगी मेरी, क्योंकि मैं बहुत जॉली नेचर की हूँ, मेरे बहुत फ्रेंड्स है, बहुत बातें करती हूँ, बहुत मजाक करती थी, मैं बहुत मजे करती थी। मैंने कहा ऐसे बोरिंग लाइफ में तो मतलब नो ऑफेंस जो गवर्नमेंट जॉब में है, जो टीचर्स हैं, बट उनका पर्सपेक्टिव ही कुछ और था। उनको लग रहा था कि गवर्नमेंट जॉब में जाके तुम्हें कुछ काम ही नहीं करना होगा, लोगों से इंटरेक्ट ही नहीं करना होगा, तो इट विल बी इजियर। बट देन मैंने दूसरा रास्ता चुना। मैंने थोड़ा स्ट्रगल, मेहनत, फेसिंग द फियर वाला रास्ता चुना। तब तक मुझे टीसा के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता था, तब तक मैं टोस्ट मास्टर्स इंटरनेशनल से भी नहीं जुड़ी थी। But something was there inside me that kept on going. वो करेज मुझ में पहले से थी, तभी मैं रोज स्कूल जाती थी। जबकि मुझे पता था कि आज मैम सबसे रीडिंग करवाएंगी, तब भी मैं जाती थी। तो सबके पास एक ना एक चॉइस रहती है, या तो आप गिव अप कर दीजिए या आप आगे बढ़ते रहिए। इट इज ऑल अप टू यू। बट मेरे केस में मेरे लिए कभी गिव अप करने का ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। मेरी डिक्शनरी में वो रहेगा भी नहीं कभी। तो इट इज बेटर कि आप लोग वो सब कुछ छोड़ दीजिए कि अरे मैं कैसे कर पाऊंगा, कर भी पाऊंगी या नहीं। वो सब चीजें अपने मन से निकालनी है। मतलब मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि थोड़ा लाइफ में रिस्क लेना चाहिए, थोड़ा लाइफ में लोग क्या सोचते हैं वो सब कुछ छोड़कर कुछ ऐसा करना चाहिए जो आपके कंफर्ट लेवल से बाहर हो। नॉट जस्ट इन स्टैमरिंग, वैसे भी नॉर्मली भी। अगर आपको जॉब इंटरव्यूज में जाने से डर लगता है, मुझे अब भी लगता है, मैं अभी भी पूरी तरीके से अपने माइंड को मेकअप नहीं कर पाई हूँ, मुझे भी अभी बहुत डर लगता है। आई स्टिल स्ट्रगल, बट उस स्ट्रगल का भी अपना एक मजा है। मैं ये सब कुछ इसलिए करती क्योंकि जब मैं सचिन सर की एज में जाऊंगी और जब ऐसे लोग मुझसे मिलेंगे जो कहेंगे कि अरे आप भी स्टैमर करती हैं, आपने क्या किया, तो एटलीस्ट मेरे पास कुछ ज्यादा स्टोरीज तो रही। जैसे सचिन सर अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस, उनके पास कितनी स्टोरीज हैं, कितने एक्सपीरियंस, वो कितना शेयर करते हैं। तो मुझे भी वो स्टोरीज बनानी है कि मैं लोगों को बता पाऊँ कि मैंने भी कुछ किया है। एंड रिजल्ट डज नॉट मैटर, जर्नी मैटर, आपने कितने एफर्ट्स लगाए। तो अगर लोग ये सोचते हैं कि अरे मैं इंटरव्यू में कैसे बैठ पाऊंगा, मुझसे काफी लोग पूछते हैं इंटरव्यू में नहीं बैठा जाता, कैसे बोलूं, क्या बोलूं। एक बार बैठो, दो बार बैठो, ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या जाएगा। यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू स्पीक योर नेम। मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही है। बहुत बार इंटरव्यूज में बैठी हूँ, फोन आते हैं मेरे पास, मैम आर यू लुकिंग फॉर अ जॉब चेंज, मुंह से आवाज ही नहीं निकलती है। बट उस टाइम पे खुद को शांत करके बोलना पड़ता है। आप पूरी लाइफ अपने आप को ऐसे बंद करके नहीं रह सकते। इट इज नॉट फीजिबल, नॉट पॉसिबल। जस्ट on keep on going on. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay, Akansha, thank you so much for your different perspective on this, and you explained it very well. Yeah, thank you. So next we have Pradeep. You can on your video, please, Pradeep. प्रदीप आप कुछ बोलना चाहोगे? Yeah, hi.
Yeah, hi. Hi, 1 second. I have to
Can
go
you
to settings. Yes.
on your
I
video?
have to go to settings and change the camera. In the meanwhile, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
So,
great.
Pradeep, can you tell us about yourself? Can you give us your brief introduction, please?
Sure. Yeah, hi everyone. It's an incredible honor to be among you. My name is Pradeep Saundararajan. I've had stammering, of course, since my childhood, and it was quite a peak by the time I hit my teenage, and I tried to do some self-therapy because my parents could not afford a speech therapist at that time. And with that, I have been able to reduce my stammering from what was like 85% of the time I would stammer to 35%. So even now I stammer. Certain occasions I stammer. Certain times when I'm trying to think too many things at the same time, I stammer. So that keeps happening. On a professional side, I am an entrepreneur. I run a company called Mulya, which has about 350 people today. My stammering, I have only used it to my advantage. It's a gift, and we have to turn that into our advantage. And what I tell people is, because I stammer, those who don't stammer, okay, listen to me very carefully. They like, today, people listening to us is a problem, right? Like, everybody's attention span is very limited. But because we stammer, they are patiently waiting. What is this guy trying to tell? So that is the advantage. So when I pitch to customers, when I pitch to employees about why they should be part of Mulya, they all very patiently listen to me, especially when I'm stammering. So that's a little bit about me and what I've been able to do. I have been attending TISA conferences over the last few years, and I keep coming to the TISA conference to get inspired. There are so many beautiful, wonderful people with very very inspiring stories. So that's the reason why I keep coming over here. And I really love you all. So that's pretty much from my side.
Thank you so much, Pradeep, for your brief introduction and for introducing us to you and for introducing you. Yeah, thank you, Pradeep. Guys, anyone else wants to speak something? You want to give you a brief introduction? You can raise your hand in the chat box, and please on your video. So let me also pick some random participants. Bhupat, क्या आप आपका वीडियो ऑन करोगे? भूपट, आपको कुछ कहना आपके बारे में? अजीज खान, क्या आप आपका वीडियो ऑन करोगे? हाँ, या जी, क्या आप आपका कर दोगे हम इंट्रोडक्शन?
हाँ दूंगा।
हाँ जी, बताओ। ओके, मैं बताता हूँ बारे में। हाँ,
मेरा नाम अजीज खान है और मैं हरियाणा राज्य का रहने वाला हूँ और मैंने पढ़ाई में बीकॉम कंप्लीट कर रखी है और मैं अभी फिलहाल कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम की तैयारी करता हूँ और मैंने अभी अभी TUPG में पार्टिसिपेट किया था और उससे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और इससे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और एक इसमें हैंगआउट भी मीटिंग अटेंड की थी और वो भी बहुत अच्छी लगी और मैं टीसा से 2 साल पहले जुड़ा था। पहले तो बोलने में बहुत शर्माता था और ये सोचता था कि मैं बोलूंगा और यदि ब्लॉक आ गया तो क्या होगा, लेकिन अब खुलकर बोलता हूँ और सही अटक के बोलूं लेकिन बोलता हूँ। ये सर मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन था सर।
बहुत ही बढ़िया इंट्रोडक्शन था आपका अजीज, बहुत ही बढ़िया था एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग योर इंट्रोडक्शन टू अस एंड यस TUPG से सबको बहुत फायदा होगा ही होगा कि आप TUPG में यू विल लाइक लर्न सो मेनी थिंग्स, यू विल गेट अ बिग advantage on this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you sir.
Next I would like to call Bhupat. एक मिनट, let me unmute Bhupat. हाँ जी Bhupat.
Okay.
Yeah, you can say something about yourself. Yeah Bhupat.
Okay sir. Sir, my name is Bhupat Mir. I am 29 years old and now I am working in petrochemical industry as a electrical supervisor. Sir, I joined in TISA since last 2 years. After joining TISA, I talked to anyone in group member, and that time my confidence level is high, and I appreciate and other people. Then when I talk, so my mind stress is.
I think there's some issue in at this side, Bhupat's side. Anyone else wants to give any like introduction? You can just raise your hand. Let me like pick some more people. Let me also pick some random participants. Neeta, Sharad, you want to like say something about yourself? Yeah. Yes, sir. Neeta, you can say about yourself.
Okay. मेरा नाम नीता शरद उकिड़वे है और मैं प्रोफेशन में एक बैंकर हूँ। मुझे स्टैमरिंग की प्रॉब्लम बचपन से है। जब छोटी थी तब ये क्या है समझ में नहीं आता था। सिर्फ ये तो पता था कि मैं अपने पापा की तरह बोलती हूँ। 2015 में
एक मिनट नीता, wait. Just a minute, let me unmute you. Yeah. हाँ नीता, आप बोल सकते हो। I think there's some issue at Nita's side. So we can just pick one more last participant. Anyone wants to give your introduction or want to say something? Let me pick one more last participant, then we can go to our speakers who are going to speak for the next session. Krishna Murari, I think Nita is back. Yes, sir. Nita.
तो मैंने इस साल लास्ट ईयर ज्वाइन किया था तीसरा से, मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा. ईओपीजी, मूक 2 दोनों से बहुत कुछ सीखना से मिला. थैंक यू. बस.
Okay, Nita. Thank you so much. So we'll like go to one more last person. You can Krishna Murari. Can you on your video? Yeah. Yes, Krishna. Do you want to say something to us about yourself?
मेरा नाम कृष्ण मुरारी है. मैं बिहार से बेगूसराय जिला का रहने वाला हूँ. मैं अभी बीएससी नर्सिंग कर रहा हूँ. मैं 7 साल का था तब से मैं हकला रहा हूँ और मैं टीसा से पहली बार जुड़ रहा हूँ.
Okay, Krishna, thank you so much for your introduction. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका इंट्रो हमें देने के लिए. एंड आप टीसा से जुड़े रहिए. आप बहुत कुछ सीखोगे. आज भी एनसी में आप जुड़े रहिए तो आप बहुत कुछ सीखोगे एंड यू कैन आल्सो अप्लाई दोस थिंग्स आल्सो इन योर लाइफ so that your life can also change. So we have one last participant, Satyendra Negi. Satyendra, can you please on your video? Yeah. Satyendra, आप अपने आप को you can unmute yourself and speak.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Satyendra Negi, and I joined this organization since last 4 months. And after joining this organization, I think I feel more confident while speaking to others. And I'm working in a government organization as a manager. And I think as I will continue to join this organization, and this will help me a lot. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Satyendra.
Thank you.
Now we have about 3 speakers who are who are ready to speak. Ask. Two minutes, guys. We have Amit Kushwaha, Abhinav. Okay. Amit bhai, are you ready with your this thing presentation? Amit, I have made you the co-host. Abhinav also made the co-host. So guys, we have Amit Kushwaha. Amit ji has been a very active member in TISA since last 10 plus years. So now आज वो हमें he's going to speak about the topic that is rapid learning and life lessons. He's going to speak about. Yeah. So Amit, you can take over. Yeah. Actually, we can't hear you. Can you just check your mic? हम आपको सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं. Can you just see your mic once? Check your mic. No, I'm not able to hear you. Can others hear Amit, Abhinav, Harish?
No, we are not able to hear.
I think we can go with Abhinav. So guys, Abhinav is going to speak about the topic about this startup challenges which are faced to build our own startup. Yeah. Abhinav, you can start. Yeah, with your topic.
Hello.
Yeah, Abhinav.
Hi everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Great. Awesome. So, first of all, very good morning to all of us. And I can see that early morning on a Saturday, we have so many participants. It feels good to see everyone. So, topic is, so in this session, so basically we want to talk about the challenges faced by someone in the startup. So a short intro about me. So just give me a second. Unfortunately, I'm not able to put the background since my laptop is not so powerful where I will be able to put a background in the Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah. So short intro about me. So I'm Abhinav. I'm from basically I'm from Lucknow, but from last 9 years I'm staying in Bangalore. And as you all know that Bangalore is the startup hub of India, where in every street we can find a lot of startups. So I have mostly worked in some of the successful startups of India. I don't know whether you are aware of startup called as Byju's. So I was one of the founding team, a member of Byju's, where I have I have I have I have built their entire engineering and product team. I'm talking about it long back in 2012 when we were no one, and now in the entire organization we have around 4,000 to 5,000 employees, and it's one of the epitome of successful startups in India. So yeah, and from last 4 years, I have my own startup where I am working on artificial intelligence related applications and consulting. I'm also one of the vision faculty in the field of analytics in Symbiosis Pune. So, and I would also to have this session co-hosted by Harish along with me, since Harish also has his own startup, and I feel that and Harish is also coordinator of of TISA, which I feel it's a startup in its own way. So we all will be able to learn a lot of meaningful insights from Harish too. So topic is that the challenges faced by startups. So we all know that we all have heard that startups are cool and you will have all the freedom and flexibility to do things as per your wish. I mean, you will not have any boss and you will be able to do things on your own. But there is also other sides of it. I mean, it has a lot of side effects on, I will not say side effects in a negative way, but in a positive way. But startups are not for all. So the very first question when we talk about startups are, why do we even want to do startups? I mean, if we are in job, we will have the flexibility of earning as much as we want. I mean, you can go to a market and apply for any jobs which will pay you well. So why startups? I mean, why do we even want to do startups? So Harish, I mean, would you like to answer it? What was your motivation of starting up on your own? So once you have your motivation set, all the other challenges, I feel it can be worked out. I mean, there are obviously a lot of challenges, but they all can be worked out, and we will also discuss them in our talk. So Harish, would you like to answer it? Like, what was your motivation of starting up?
Okay, so Abhinav, if you ask me, my biggest motivation was that I wanted to create something from scratch always. Okay, like I wanted to. I always like to solve problems. Okay, and if there is something, if there is scope for something to do differently, I always wanted to do that. Uh, my my first experience with this was back in college when I had to do my academic project. So as a part of my masters, I had to do a project which was a 6 month project, and we had to choose something. In those days, compiler design was my favorite. I used to just love that. I don't know why. My friends used to hate it, but I used to love it. I used to write parsers. I spent time at night writing parsers of my own, and I I decided to do a project on compiler only. And back in that time, it was in 2005. I I wrote a project synopsis that I want to write a compiler for a new programming language, which is which will not have a lot of syntax, so that people uh, want to remember a lot of syntax like this function and then curly braces, all those things. I wanted to address the problem of people getting scared of programming. Okay, I just wrote a synopsis of that and I went to my guide. He was a external guide. He saw that and he just said that what you're doing is rubbish. Okay, what you're doing is not a master level program. It will take you 3 years. It is called natural language processing, and you cannot do it for 6 months. But somewhere I was not comfortable with that because I didn't want to do a plain database and this kind of a project wherein I do something very straightforward. I wanted to do something, create something new. So creating something new was always there in my mind. Even when I was doing a job, I don't know how it just came that I was always in touch with the startup community here. I attended programs there. It was just like a calling that even though I had a job, I I saw to it that on weekend I spend the weekends attending the startup programs. So and finally, somehow like it was just going on in my mind that I have to do it, and if I don't do it at some point of time, I do not want to regret it at the age of 60. So when that time was actually there is no right time anytime. So but uh, I just worked out. I spoke to my uh, family. It took me 1 year to convince my family. First it took me a lot of time for me to convince myself because really did I want to do it or not. And then I took time to convince my family, and finally in 2000 and in the mid of 2017, I just took the plunge by taking a role of independent startup consultant. Okay, I just didn't go out and just started on my own as a co-founder. I took a role of a consultant to know how startups work, because I used to come from a multinational IT companies background. It's not the same with startups. They have a lot of processes, whereas startups are very dynamic. They are very agile, and many times we have to do away with the processes because go to market is like the time is less. We have to be fast. So I learned about startups. I learned how they work, what are the expectations, and then in 2019, I uh, I came on board as co-founder of the startup that I am currently.
Great. So yes, so the uh, as for me, my only motivation to start on my own was that I saw that there is a demand in the market. When I was at I mean a Bajuj, even after having so much of money, so much of funding, it was very hard for me to hire good engineers who were able to solve the challenges faced by any startup. So I started on my own so that I will be able to upskill engineers so that they'll be able to find jobs and they'll be able to solve the problems faced by startups. So the very first challenge which I feel is that you should have a solid idea. I mean, you just cannot start just because you want to start. You should have a solid startup idea with which you think that you will be able to make money. Yes, it may sound materialistic, but money is important. Until you have money, you will not be able to hire employees. If you are not able to hire employees, you will not be able to grow your company. And forget about the money for your employees. I mean, if we don't have the if we don't have money as a founders, we will not even be able to pay a salary to ourselves. I mean, we every month we'll have to think about how do we pay my internet bill, my house rent, my phone bill, and also my strong suggestion to everyone who is planning to start on your own is that first have a solid idea which you think that you will be able to devote your next 5 to 6 years without worrying about anything else. Second, we should have we should have a sufficient savings in our bank account, especially if you are single. I will say that at least make sure that you have the runway of 1 year, so that even if something will not work, you have money to sustain yourself. If you are married, then you will also have to make sure that your child and your wife, they are not impacted by just because you have the motivation to start on your own. So I will appreciate that I don't know whether we have so much of a time in this session. I think we will have to wrap it by 9:25, but I will appreciate that if some of us can ask questions and if we can make this session interactive. So Harish, what about you? I mean, what do you think that I mean, so as per you, what challenges, I mean, you faced when you were starting up? Any a particular piece of advice you would like to give to all the, I mean, all the budding entrepreneurs? Yeah.
Yeah. So challenges are many. Okay, because as you said in the beginning of your talk, that everyone thinks startup is cool. It's because what we are shown is only about Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Byju's. So we see the success stories, but the real harsh reality is that only 9 out of 10 startups. I mean, only 1 out of 10 startups goes that way. Okay, 9 fail out of 10. So that's how it is. And most of the startups, they don't last for more than 2.5 years, and that's exactly because they actually don't start with a problem that is really really there. So I, I agree with you when you say that it has to be, you have to solve a problem. Basically, if you are solving a problem, then you are going to last. And secondly, many people say that I want to start up because I want to be my own boss. That is something which is not true. I feel, okay, at least now after these 2 years, because there is always going to be a boss. You cannot escape the that boss, because if it is like in the sense, customer is always going to sit on your head, okay, even if you are the boss. And if not customer, someday or the other you would have to raise money. The investors will sit on your head. So that is if you want to escape the boss, then startup is not for you. And secondly, I would say that it's not going to be a bed of roses. Okay, it's in fact it's going to be a path of thorns. Okay, but like if you are comfortable with uncertainties, because you plan something and when you you end up with something which is not, you didn't even anticipate. Like last year was a lockdown. For us, it is like we, as far as our roadmap is concerned, we are exactly 1 year behind. So that is something which is a part of life. If I was employed in a software company, maybe things would have been different because it was their problem. They would make sure that I get the salary. But now with the startup, it's a struggle. So you have to be comfortable with your with the uncertainties. So that is what. There are many more, but I think due to restrictions of time, I would stick to only this thing.
Great. Thank you so much for your insights, Harish, and I completely agree. And I also feel that startups are a very lonely journey. I mean, one thing which I always find that as a startup founder, I'll have to make sure that my employees are motivated all the time, and I'll have to make sure that they are making their salary every month on time. They are motivated so that they'll be able to contribute. But at times I feel that what about my own motivation? I mean, if I'm down, or if I'm not feeling well, or if I'm not motivated enough to do something, then who will motivate me? So it's a very lonely a journey. So if you have a partner, whether if he can be your wife or husband or a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a mentor, it helps a lot. So it will help you in times in which when you are down, and if you are down, they'll be able to motivate you so that you will be able to motivate your employee.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, Abhinav. Actually, a support system is really required. Like if you are the startup founder, and if your family is supporting you, or if your friends, or if you have some mentor, I think that is really important, because that really helps in the times when you are really down. And I'm sure you will have those times.
Of course, yes. Every day, yeah.
Yes.
Great. So I think we are over time. So I will. So we can take only one or two questions, Nikhil. I mean,
yeah.
are we allowed?
So we have only Abhinav, we have only two questions to ask. First, Rohit, you can ask a question. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So, Abhinav sir, my question is that I have heard it from people that you need talented people in your company, and then also I have heard it from many people that that you need right people for your company. Then they can learn the skill set. So then, according to you, sir, what is your viewpoint on this?
So I feel that being a founder, you will have to be very humble. You will have to hire people who are lot better than you. Only then you will be able to scale. If you will hire people who are below your skill sets, then they will only do the things which are sub-optimal. So you will have to hire someone who is way above your skill set, so that you will be able to scale exponentially. And I hope I was able to answer it. We can take one last question, and that question can be for Harish. Yeah?
So we have like one last question by Vivek Singh. Vivek, yeah, you can ask.
Yes. Hi, Harish. It's very nice to see you after all these years.
Hey, Vivek. So nice
Yeah.
to see you after a long time.
Yeah, man, after a very long time. Yeah. So I have a question here. I mean, like, since you have started your startup since 2017, I would like to know that how easy was it for you to get in the investors to invest on your idea, and also how easy or difficult was it for you to um, uh, establish your company from this standpoint that interacting with the government, clearing all the papers, taxes, and all that? I mean, from to east to do business perspective, how easy or difficult was it for you to establish your startup? Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer the second part first.
Yes.
It is not easy, though the government says that the ease of doing business and all. It's not easy. Even if you decide a name, then that name could also be a problem, and they might ask you to change the name. So and the challenge is that if you are say you are going to start something in AI, the government officials don't know this kind of terms, so they will just come up with some problems, some issues at their level, which you won't be able to explain. They're saying that what are you going to sell? If you say software, then they don't understand. How can you sell software? What? Show me something tangible. Now I cannot show them the computers. Okay, so that's how it is. It is very challenging. Luckily for me, that part of registration of the company act and all that, it was already done. I joined in at a slightly later stage when the company was already registered. So that part was already sorted out. Raising funds is actually very challenging. We are still trying to raise funds, and 2 times we have tried. We have gone on and pitched to the investors. The kind of feedback that we got, and based on that, we uh, we took a step back and we started working on that feedback. So the feedback was something that Abhinav pointed out in the beginning. You should be able to make money. Okay. Yes, it really sounds that, and all the people say that I want to make a impact or change or new. Finally, if you don't make money, investors are not interested. Okay, so you should have a very thing. And uh, just to give a analogy, if you want to have a good startup, right, you should be able to. I mean, it should make enough money for you to buy your own house. Now, just imagine how much does it cost to buy a, a new house? Say like 75 lakhs or 1 crore. So if that startup is able to uh, generate enough money for you to buy your own house by cutting everything, like after the taxes, after your staff's salaries, everything, even the company profit, if you can buy your own house with your startup risk, only then you're having a viable idea. Only then the investors will be able could be interested making money. And secondly is the scalability. You should be able to scale. So these are the two things which investors always saw. If we don't have it, then we start working on it. So right now we've taken a step back and we are working on these two areas.
Great. So thank you so much. Those were very meaningful insights. And if you have any questions either for me or for Harish, we can always connect offline and we can we can talk 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 more about it. Thank you so much for attending it. Over to Nikhil. Yeah.
Yeah. So Abhinav, Harish, and all of you, thank you so much. It was a really like wonderful topic, and I think it is very very inspiring to all of us. Thank you so much. So next, I would like to go to Amit Kushwaha. Amit, आप
जी जी
या
हाँ
ठीक है
अ,
आपका या
अ,
तो
अ,
तो
धन्यवाद निखिल जी।
हाँ 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 मिज
जी जी हाँ। आज इस टीसा की 11वीं नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े हुए सभी साथियों को बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और बहुत बहुत मैं बधाई देना चाहूँगा। और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि कई नए साथी इस बार इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल हुए हैं और अपने हक लाने के साथ ही एक सक्सेसफुल और कम्युनिकेटर बनने के लिए स्किल सीख रहे हैं। तो आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहूँगा। और हमारी टीम के सभी हमारे टीसा के नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर हरीश गांवकर, टीसा के फाउंडर सचिन श्रीवास्तव और निखिल जी, अभिनव जी और भी हमारे जो साथी हैं उन सबको मैं फिर से बधाई देना चाहूँगा। और मैं क्योंकि टीसा के साथ में लंबे समय से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, लगभग 10 साल हो गए हैं, तो मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहूँगा। तो क्योंकि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कुछ मतलब नए साथी भी जुड़े हुए हैं, तो मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि मध्य प्रदेश में हूँ और गवर्नमेंट जॉब में हूँ। एज ए स्पेशल एजुकेटर हूँ, काम कर रहा हूँ। अब मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा कि जैसे हमारी लाइफ में हकलाने के अलावा और हम अपनी लाइफ को कैसे आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। अपने हकलाने के साथ में अपनी लाइफ को एक सफलता की ओर हम कैसे ले जा सकते हैं। तो अब चाहे मैं अपने बारे में बात करूं या और जो भी हकलाने वाले मतलब कई सैकड़ों या कई हजारों मतलब लोगों से संपर्क हुआ, बात हुई है, तो उन सबके मन में एक ही जो है विचार होता है कि सबसे पहले मैं अपना हकलाना ठीक कर लूँगा और उसके बाद ही मैं जो मेरी लाइफ में जो दूसरे काम है वो मैं करना स्टार्ट करूँगा। तो हम इसी सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ते रहते हैं और हर तरीके से कोशिश करते हैं कि हम अपने हकलाने को पहले ठीक कर लें, उसके बाद ही हम दूसरा कोई काम जो है अपनी लाइफ को आगे बढ़ाने के बारे में सोचेंगे। हमारे एक साथी थे, तो उनका ये कहना था कि पहले मैं अपना हकलाना ठीक कर लूँ, उसके बाद ही मैं कंप्यूटर सीखना स्टार्ट करूँगा। तो ये हम सबके लिए बहुत ही एक अजीब सवाल हो सकता है या एक कठिन सवाल हो सकता है कि हम एक तो अपने हकलाने के साथ में जो है जूझ रहे हैं और हम ये साथ में हम ये बोलने की नहीं, आपको हकलाने के साथ में अपनी लाइफ के बारे में आगे बढ़ने के बारे में सोचना है। तो यही जो हम साथी मिलके काम टीसा में, तो हमारी यही सोच है कि हम इसको आगे बढ़ा पाए। तो मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि अभी जब मैंने इन सब के बारे में सोचना शुरू किया तो मैं अपनी लाइफ में क्या क्या कर पाया हूँ। तो जो हमारे सबसे पहली बात तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, हमारे लाइफ में हकलाने के अलावा भी बहुत कुछ हमारे कई सारे गोल्स होते हैं जिन्हें अचीव करना होता है, और हमारी लाइफ में कई सारे चैलेंजेस आते हैं। जैसे हमको अपनी स्टडी को आगे बढ़ाना है, या हम कोई जॉब करना चाहते हैं, या मान लीजिए हमारे मतलब जहाँ हम रहते हैं, हमारी सोसाइटी में, हमारी फैमिली में हमको कोई प्रॉब्लम जो है फेस कर रहे हैं। तो सबसे पहले हमको जो मैंने ये पाया कि सिर्फ समस्या के बारे में सोचने से कुछ नहीं होता है, आपको समस्या का समाधान करने के लिए आगे बढ़ना होगा। अब जैसे अगर मतलब कई लोगों को हम देख कहते हुए सुनते हैं कि यार मैं लाइफ में बहुत कुछ करना चाहता था लेकिन मैं कुछ कर नहीं पाया, या हम कहते हैं कि हमारी लाइफ में फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम हम काफी चाहते हैं। तो अगर मैं एक बात कहूँगा कि अगर आपकी लाइफ में फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम है तो उसके बारे में सोचने से कुछ नहीं होगा। आप आज भी सोच रहे हैं, 5 साल बाद भी सोचते रहेंगे, 10 साल बाद भी सोचते रहेंगे। तो अभी जो मैंने मतलब अभी हाल के कुछ दिनों में ये सीखा है कि आपके लाइफ में जो भी समस्या है तो उसको आप जो है उसका समाधान करने की ओर कोशिश करिए। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि जैसे पिछले साल जब मार्च में लॉकडाउन शुरू हुआ था, तो उस दौरान से आज तक मैंने मतलब अभी तक मैं क्या अपने हकलाने के साथ में क्या नई चीजें मैं सीख रहा हूँ, उसके बारे में अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहूँगा। तो मेरा बचपन से एक सपना था, क्योंकि मैं एक 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 जो अपना हिंदी भाषी है ना, अपना राज्य से आता हूँ, एक छोटे शहर से आता हूँ, और मैं एक हिंदी मीडियम का पढ़ा हुआ मतलब स्टूडेंट रहा हूँ। तो क्योंकि मैं राइटिंग भी करता था, तो मैं हिंदी में करता था, न्यूज़पेपर्स में पब्लिश होते थे। तो मेरा मतलब आज से लगभग 20-22 साल पहले मेरा ये सपना था कि यार मुझे जो है अपने इंग्लिश के न्यूज़पेपर में कभी मेरा आर्टिकल जो है पब्लिश होना चाहिए। तो फिर मैं 20 सालों तक सिर्फ सोचता ही रहा। फिर जब पिछले साल जब कोविड-19 आया, पूरे देश में लॉकडाउन हुआ, तो मुझे उसके बारे में काम करने का मौका मिला। तो हमारे टीसा के भी कुछ साथी हैं, हरीश जी, अभिनव जी, उन्होंने मुझे मोटिवेट किया, और फिर मैंने अपनी मतलब इंग्लिश सीखने की जर्नी की शुरुआत की। तो मतलब उसके बाद ही मतलब 1-2 महीने बाद ही मैं मतलब इंग्लिश में छोटे छोटे आर्टिकल्स लिखने लगा। तो मतलब इस सीखने के दौरान मैंने ये पाया कि अगर हम अपनी लाइफ में अगर कुछ सीखना चाहते हैं तो हमारे लिए ढेरों ऑप्शंस हैं जो हमारी हेल्प करते हैं। कई सारे कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर हैं, कई सारे फ्री मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस हैं, कई सारे फ्री वेबसाइट्स हैं जो आपको इंग्लिश सीखने में, या इंग्लिश का अगर आप राइटिंग करते हैं तो उसमें आपकी हेल्प करते हैं। तो अगर आप कुछ नई चीजें सीखना चाहते हैं, पूरे डेडिकेशन से आप सीख सकते हैं। आप अक्सर ये कहा जाता है कि अगर ज़्यादा उम्र हो गई तो फिर हमारी सीखने की प्रोसेस जो है वो है ना अपना धीमी हो जाती है। तो इस तरीके की बातें हैं। लेकिन क्योंकि मैं तो अभी खुद 40 साल का हो गया हूँ, तो मैंने अभी मतलब पिछले 1 साल के दौरान ही मैंने मतलब इंग्लिश के ऊपर काम किया, और कम्युनिकेशन मतलब कैसे करना। तो मैंने ये पाया कि सबसे पहले हमको अगर कोई भी स्किल सीखनी तो हमको खुद से ये मतलब फैसला करना होगा, और डेडिकेशन के साथ उस काम को शुरू करना होगा। और बाकी आपके फ्रेंड्स हैं, और आजकल तो इंटरनेट पे है, काफ़ी सारे ऑप्शंस है कि जिससे हम उसको जो है सीख सकते हैं। तो और इसके बाद मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि मतलब इस दौरान मतलब मार्च 2020 से और ये सितंबर 2020 तक है ना, लगभग मैं हर दिन जो है इंग्लिश जब तक लिखने की प्रैक्टिस करता था, और इंग्लिश ये सारी चीज़ें तो मैं इस दौरान मतलब ये पिछले 1.5 सालों में लगभग 250 मेरे इंग्लिश आर्टिकल जो है वो डिफरेंट न्यूज़पेपर में पब्लिश हुए। तो तो इंग्लिश के बारे में ये मेरी जर्नी रही है। फिर अभी ये जब ये दूसरा लॉकडाउन शुरू हुआ 2021 में, तो मैं कुछ मुझे ये था कि मैं जैसे गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन अगर अपनी फैमिली को आगे बढ़ाना है या फाइनेंशियली जो है थोड़ा सा मजबूत बनाना है और भविष्य की जो है आवश्यकताओं के लिए, तो मैंने सर्च किया कि मैं और क्या काम कर सकता हूँ। तो अ, कुछ मतलब 1-2 महीने भी काफी कुछ सोचने के बाद भी समझ में नहीं आया। फिर फाइनली मुझे ये आया समझ में कि स्टॉक स्टॉक मार्केट में भी काम करना एक ऑप्शन हो सकता है। तो फिर मैंने अभी जो है पिछले जुलाई, अगस्त और ये सितंबर चल रहा है, पिछले 3 महीनों में मैंने मतलब 3 महीने पहले मैंने स्टॉक मार्केट में काम करना शुरू किया। तो मैं क्या करता था कि पहले मैंने मतलब 2 महीने तक कंटिन्यू जो है इंटरनेट पे मैंने काफ़ी सर्च करता रहा और काफ़ी वीडियो जो है अपना मैंने जो है स्टॉक मार्केट के बारे में देखे हैं कि स्टॉक मार्केट क्या होता है, हम कैसे काम कर सकते हैं। तो इसमें मेरा काफ़ी समय जाता था। कई बार मतलब रात में काफ़ी लंबे समय तक मैं इन सब सारी चीज़ों को देखता रहता था। और और इन सब चीज़ों को देखने के बाद मैं स्टॉक मार्केट के बारे में एक बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर कर पाया और अभी मैंने काम शुरू भी कर दिया। तो उसमें मुझे कुछ लॉसेस भी जो है अपना हुए हैं, लेकिन अल्टीमेट में तो मैं अभी भी अभी प्रॉफिट में ही हूँ और अपनी महीने की अपनी कैपिटल को बचा पाऊँ। तो मैं आपको बताना चाहूँ कि जब मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में काम कर रहा हूँ तो मैंने स्टॉक मार्केट से क्या सीखा है। तो स्टॉक मार्केट में काम करने से मैंने सीखा है कि टाइम का क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है। हम सोचते हैं कि मतलब 1 मिनट में, 5 मिनट में या 1 घंटे में क्या हो सकता है, लेकिन अब जब मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में कोई ट्रेड जब लेता हूँ तब मैं देखता हूँ कि अब जैसे कोई भी स्टॉक है या फिर इंडेक्स है, जैसे बैंक निफ्टी है, तो उसमें जब मैं ट्रेड लेता हूँ तो मतलब 1 सेकंड से भी कम समय में क्या से क्या हो जाता है। अब जैसे बताना चाहूँगा कि अगर मेरा प्रॉफिट जो है 8,000 है, तो अब जब तक मैं एग्जिट करने की कोशिश करूंगा तो हो सकता है वो जो प्रॉफिट घट के छः छः 6,000 हो जाता है। तो ऐसा मतलब तो मुझे ये समझ में आया कि टाइम का क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है, मतलब 1 सेकंड का भी क्या हमारे लाइफ में क्या वैल्यू है। तो मतलब उससे मैं ये सीख पाया कि हमें अपनी लाइफ का एक सेकंड भी अगर है तो उसको जो है सही मतलब कामों में हम उसको जो है हमें मतलब इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि 1 सेकंड की वैल्यू काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। और एक दूसरा जो मेरी स्टॉक मार्केट से अर्निंग ये रही है कि अ, हमारे लाइफ में एक रुपए या 50 पैसे की क्या वैल्यू है, या मान लीजिए 25 पैसे की क्या वैल्यू, या 10 पैसे की क्या बोलिए वैल्यू। आज हम सोचते हैं कि मतलब 1 रुपए में तो कुछ मिलता नहीं है, इतनी महंगाई बढ़ गई। लेकिन मैं अभी काम कर रहा हूँ तो मैं उन सब चीज़ों को देखता हूँ कि जब स्टॉक मार्केट में जब मैं ट्रेड लेता हूँ तो मतलब जब कोई भी वो मतलब 25 पैसे, 50 पैसे या फिर 1 रुपए से ऊपर नीचे होता है तो उस समय कैसा महसूस होता है। तो हमें मुझे ये समझ में आया कि नहीं, इसका भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस है, इसको भी हमें बहुत जो है मतलब कुल मिला के मेरी लर्निंग ये है कि अगर हमारे पास मतलब हम जो भी मतलब अ, पैसे रहते उसको हमको सही तरीके से खर्च करना चाहिए। मतलब तो मैं ये समझ पाया कि आखिर क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है। और इन सब के अलावा जो है जैसे हम अपनी लाइफ में हमें कंटिन्यू एक पॉजिटिव सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ते रहने की कोशिश करना चाहिए। हमारी लाइफ में काफ़ी सारे चैलेंजेस आएंगे, तो उसको हमें कंटिन्यू फेस करना है। और एक चीज़ मैं और आपको बताना भूल रहा था कि हमें अपनी लाइफ में हमारे जो गोल्स हैं या हम जो टारगेट अचीव करना चाहते हैं वो हम हमारा जो है पहले से फिक्स होना चाहिए। अब जैसे मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में अभी मैंने सीखा क्या कि जैसे मैं कोई ट्रेड लेता हूँ तो मेरा टारगेट फिक्स होना चाहिए कि अगर अगर मुझे 5 रुपए का प्रॉफिट होगा तो मैं एग्जिट कर जाऊंगा, या अगर मुझे 2 रुपए का लॉस होगा तो मैं उससे बाहर निकल जाऊंगा। तो इस तरीके से हमें अपने अपने लाइफ में भी अपने जो हम अचीव करना चाहते हैं वो हमको डिसाइड करना चाहिए और उसके ऊपर काम करना चाहिए। क्योंकि हमारी लाइफ में देखिए हकलाना तो है, लेकिन हम अपने हकलाने को लेकर सिर्फ ये बहाना नहीं कर सकते कि हम लाइफ की दूसरी चीजें जो है वो पोस्टपोन कर देंगे। हम अपनी लाइफ को सिर्फ हकलाने के दम पर पोस्टपोन नहीं कर सकते हैं। और हमारे टीसा में तो हकलाने को लेकर काफी हम पॉजिटिव तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं कि आपको अपने हकलाने को कैसे एक्सेप्ट करना है और उसके साथ में अपने कम्युनिकेशन को कैसे डेवलप करना है। तो अ, मुझे उम्मीद है कि हमारे टीसा में जो भी नए साथी जुड़ रहे हैं तो वो इन सब चीज़ों को अच्छे से आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। और मुझे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अपने अनुभव शेयर करने का मौका देने के लिए और मेरी बात सुनने के लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ओके, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Amit. Thank you so much. It was like wonderful, like speech, like full of knowledge and everything. Yeah. Vivek, due to some time constraints, we can't take your question, but you can write to Amit in the chat box. Yeah. So now let's move to Vikrant Soni. Vikrant, I will make you the co-host. So guys, Vikrant is going to talk about the topic lesser known joys of astronomy. Yeah. Over to you, Vikrant. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Nikhil. Oh, it was very hectic last 30 minutes and I tried 10 times to log in from laptop. Thank you very much and very good morning, my dear fellow TISA members. And thank you very much, Harish ji, that he mailed me for this wonderful opportunity. And I want to confirm that I have a share screen option. Nikhil ji?
Yeah. So
you have one. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
We can, since you are the
okay.
co-host, you can do it. Yeah, we have like around 15 minutes time. So yeah, please try to wind up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So today I want to share about all of you about the importance of hobby and passion in life. Everyone have something some hobbies like cooking, dancing, playing cricket. We are in our free time we are doing. I want to share about my experience and my hobby, something that field is related to the astronomy. Astronomy is the field to study about the outer planet, our solar system, our galaxies and nebulas, and and I am amateur astronomer by passion. Basically, I am engineer, but I'm from the last many years in my family business. But from college time, I have very deep interest in the field of astronomy. And when I grown up, when I start earning myself, I started to buy the equipment for observing night sky, and telescope, binocular, camera, tripod. And it's a long journey, and I nurture over the years. And I'm now part of the very big community from India and all over the world. And I'm also in the research field of asteroid, that is small planets or small mini planets that are sometimes hazardous to our. And I want to present my slides on the photographs, my telescope, my club's photo, the other members, what we are doing outside the city, one dark and secluded place. Because to observe the night sky, one need dark sky, clear sky. And I enlighten many things after indulging in such a hobby that I will tell you later on. But before that, I will share my equipments, the photographs, my family members, they are also observing with my friends. So I'm now sharing the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen, Vikrant, but it is not
it is okay now
visible
to see my photograph.
It is not.
It's okay.
Visible.
It's not visible.
No. Now it is. It is now visible.
Now it is.
Yes.
So
you can see the C drive of your laptop. We can see your presentation. Yeah, we can see only the
sharing screen has stopped as share window. Share window close.
Yes.
It has stopped. Now it is visible.
No.
Still not.
No, we can. You can do one thing. You can again rejoin the meeting.
Now?
Yes.
So this is my big scope that I that I bought 3 years ago from Mumbai. Mostly I watch planets and from this with this, and sometimes I go outside the city. See, this is the outside the city. Sometimes I spend all night observing the Milky Way. This is background. This is the patch of our own Milky Way. When you go in the dark, you see such an amazing view of the night sky. And with my friends, sometimes I spend up to early morning, 4 to 5 a.m. My father is observing planets. My nephews and niece, they are also enjoying Saturn, Jupiter. We know all the planets in our solar system. Actually, we study in the science book, but if you see the live with the help of telescope, then the joy and feeling would be different. Last year, 2 planets, Jupiter and Saturn, came together. At that time, I mostly took photographs, and I invited all my family members, cousins, brothers, sisters, to enjoy the beauty of the night sky. Even my wife, my daughter, it is visible? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I am sharing the few screenshot of my astronomy club, which I belongs to. And in winter time, we are going outside the city. This is all my club members. I belong to one club, the South Gujarat Rajkot, and we are from last 5 years traveling to the very dark place of India, very near to the one of the wildlife sanctuary, Sasangir. We generally stay there for 2 or 3 days, and 30 to 50 people. We came together and we shared the knowledge. We took the pictures and all my photography equipment, all lots of telescope that 8 to 10, and people are enjoying. This is a star safari. We are going jungle safari, but this is star safari. And at night time the sky look like this, and we are using this green light to locate object, star clusters, planets and galaxies. And this picture is at Ahmedabad riverfront at the time of sun eclipse, and the person is standing beside me is our TISA'S member Ketul. And I went there with my little scope with a solar filter is attached. To observe the solar eclipse, we need solar filter. Otherwise, it will damage our eyes. So lots of the walkers and the children also here to observe the solar eclipse. So I do all my hobby for my knowledge and passion, not for earning the money. This is my side activity. This is the time of solar eclipse when we went to the back of the TV tower of Ahmedabad. This person is the founder of Ahmedabad SSG, Vipul Ubadia, with his wife. Back is the TV tower of Ahmedabad. I have lots of camera for this dedicated camera to take the picture of the planets and So this one is my capture moon image on full moon day. So you can see such a amazing details, craters and on moon surface. There are lots of things to study, not to observe how the craters are formed, and this is how the field of amazing deep knowledge and interest. This is also on taking a photographic equipment I bought from Germany. Last year I took many pictures of planets. This is the picture of Mars, and the bright thing you see at the bottom is the iceberg. This is the photo of Jupiter, our biggest planet in our solar system. It is 300 times bigger than Earth, and this black patch is its moon. Jupiter have a 62 moon, like our Earth have 1 moon, and this black patch is the size of our Earth size. From this size you can see that how much bigger is our planet Jupiter. This is Saturn. All the images are captured by me, and I have make one poster of my base planetary photographs last year. This one is the moon, this one is the Jupiter, this is Mars, this is Saturn, this is the Venus. I have lots of other photographs in collection, but I cannot share more than because of the time limit. Now I want to stop share Now I want to share something what I got actually, because as we know, we are stammer people, and what I enlightened, because sometimes stammering started ruling our mind. When you walk at the daytime, when you go to sleep, stammering every time. But when you do something, whatever you like, your hobby, your passion, sometimes you forget all of this, your nonsense worries. And I enlightened while observing such a thing and spending night outside the city. I enlightened that there are lots of things in the world. Our stammering is very tiny part of our life. We should focus on our good things. How big is the universe? How big is our solar system? How tiny is our earth? How tiny is our country? How tiny is our life? Why should we worry about stammering? After that, I completely forget about stammering, and that enlightenment helped me to overcome stammering. This is the power of your passion and hobby. So I urge all of you, if you have any hobby, if you have a cooking hobby, then you nurture. You have a cycling hobby, you nurture. After a few years, you will realize that something is more beyond that stammering, and your stammering problem automatically will go down, will reduce. This is this message that I want to convey all of you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Nikhil.
Okay, Vikrant, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for your explanation. Now I like so now the next speaker is Puneet and Paul Kronenberg. So we have like made a short video. Anita has made, so so we can play the video. Akansha can play the video. So we have made like a short video on Puneet and Paul Kronenberg.
Most of the time we're not going to be doing it. So we have to have a way of picking ourselves up. This is it. Here's a bit that was written by Van Riper in...
Sorry to interrupt. Akanksha,
he said,
I think by mistake you are playing the wrong video.
Yeah, it is by Puneet single. Sabriye.
You have played the wrong video by mistake. You have to play the video for Kanthari. Yes.
Gradually, I became blind. And I was terrified of becoming blind. Not so much of losing my sight, much more losing my friends, being sidelined, being isolated. And I must admit, I was terrified of being in the dark for the rest of my life.
In her first trip, she met one boy. His name was Tenzin. And Tenzin said to Sabriye, "Oh, you're blind, I'm blind too." And he said it with such a smile on his face that Sabriye was wondering, how can this boy be so happy because all the other kids that I saw were like vegetables? So she says, what do you do? And he said, well, I'm the yak herder in the village. And here's a very simple recipe for life. He had a task that gave him value. Because he was valuable, he had dignity. And because he had dignity, he got respect. And he could develop self-confidence. So these are the building stones. So the one thing what we learned is, if you have big dreams, the bigger they are, the better. And if you have a clarity of what it is that you want, it just requires a lot of hard work to get things done.
Many people criticize those who question, those who have big ideas. Well, all of us who spoke today, we heard it so many times. Stay on the ground, don't grab for the stars. You are too small to have these big ideas. But for all of you who are driven by the energy of social change, now you can say, just bite into a Kanthari. And you will know that a small chili can make a huge difference.
Yeah,
thank you, Akanksha.
Yeah. Harish, you want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, so just wanted to say that you just saw the video, and we are honored to have the founders of Kanthari and Punit with us. We're going to have a very special session now, interacting with them and knowing more about them. Let me first introduce Punit Singhal, who is going to then take over from me and start this talk. Punit Singhal is from New Delhi. He attended the TISA workshop in 2018 and benefited from it. He is currently in Kerala and pursuing a social leadership course with Kanthari.org. It's a 12-month scholarship-based leadership program for visionaries who have overcome some adversity and a drive and and have a uh, and have a passion to drive a social change. His dream is to start his own social venture that will help normalize speech impediments, including stammering. Today, he's going to tell us more about Kanthari.org, introduce us to its founders, and also talk about his journey. So, over to you, Punit, and the team from Kanthari. Punit, can you come
Yes,
on
yes, I
the
can
video,
hear you.
please?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes, Punit, you can see you. Hi.
Namaste to everyone. Good morning. I am Puneet, and I attended TISA conference in 2018, and it really helped me to accept the way I am, and I'm going to introduce Sab and Paul to you. I think most of us would have Googled them already. Sabriye Tenberken was born in 1972 in Germany. I will not go into much details, but due to a retinal disease at the age of 12, she lost her eyesight. But before that age, her parents took her to many places so that he can have a visual memory of many places. And she studied about Tibet in our university, and she developed a Tibet script in like a Tibetan Braille script, so that it was based based on German Braille, and she just modified it according to the Braille. And in 1992, the year she developed Tibetan Braille, and in 1998 she founded the Center for Blind in Lhasa, Tibet, the capital of Tibet. And coming to Kanthari in 2009, Paul and Sab founded Kanthari with a view, with a mission to empower marginalized people from different sections of society, where we can learn social leadership and overcome our challenges. So here I am in Kerala. It's been I am here since May, and I am we have participants from 7 countries, and I am like discovering myself here more and more every day. Harish?
Yes, Punit.
Can I get that PPT?
Okay. So I thought you already have it. Do you want us to share it?
Yeah.
Okay. Just give me a moment.
I can say to I can talk without PPT, but I think the pictures would be interesting
No,
to.
I'm just about to share my screen.
Yeah, but
Is the
pictures.
screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes. So yes. So Kanthari.org, Sab and Paul are the founders. They founded Kanthari in 2009, and with the vision to empower people from marginalized section of society. We have, like, up to now, Kanthari have participants from more than 40 countries with 140 plus projects all over the world. And I'm so proud, I'm so happy that I will be a part of Kanthari very soon after I finish my course successfully, and with lot of learnings and lot of tools that I can use to run my social venture. Can you change?
Yes.
So Sabriye will talk about how she overcome her challenge as a blind person, and how she used her disability as a springboard to actually take challenges and to use them in her own benefit and for the benefit of the whole humanity. I would hand it over to Sab now, but before that, can you change the page? Yes. So our applications are on, and if anyone of us is interested to run or to have their own social venture, you have an idea, or maybe you're running your own social venture, but you are struggling to bring the change, you can apply for that. And it's a very basic requirement is that applicant should be 22 plus, and they should know basic English and computers. And yeah, you can apply for it. Here's the link, and I will hand it over to Sab now. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see me, and can you hear me? Especially,
you can stop the PPT.
Yeah, maybe you can stop the PPT, and because I don't need a PPT. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you just give a audible sound?
Yes, we are able to hear you loud and clear.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, my name is Sabriye Tenberken. Actually, Punit is very, very humble. He doesn't talk much about himself. I just want to quickly, and then I come right away into the story. I just want to quickly introduce his project. He has an amazing project. It's called
SS with 2 S.
Yeah.
SSStart. So SSStart is going to be a learning center, or not a workshop center, where people can come, whoever wants to learn how to communicate right. And it's not about necessarily the fluency of communication, but the what to communicate. And it's also not about overcoming, for example, speech disabilities, but much, much more embracing the possible hurdles, or embracing the possible limitations. And here I come right away into my own philosophy. For me, personally, limitations is the mother of inventions. If we are not limited, if we are not disabled in any way, we won't be able to innovate. You will hear throughout my speech why I say this, and I think in the end you will be absolutely convinced that this is true. I want to go a little bit into my past history. Short or briefly said, I would say I have 3 lives. One life as a child with fairly good sight. I would not say that I was fully sighted, but I used sight every day and I love to see. The next life was a life full of fear, and it was the life of transition, the life of change. And change, I must say here, is never easy, especially for a child. Change from being sighted, change from being absolutely visual, a change of doing everything daily that has to do something with vision, to fully blindness. And the third life, the third life is my life right now, and this is a life full of adventure. This is the life as a blind person. To be frank, I would never like to change it. Even if people come and say, hey, we make you sighted. Right now, I'm not bored enough to become sighted, because life is just too nice. I'm surrounded by amazing people like Punit and many, many others from all around the world who are coming here to Kanthari, to Kerala. We have a great team. We have a fantastic team who understands the vision of Kanthari, understands that we need social change makers in this world full of crisis situations. And we have people who are coming from all around the world who have overcome adversity and who understand that there's no way forward in the same speed or business as usual. We have to change our mindsets, we have to change people's mindsets, and we have to embrace our limitations, our little resources that we still have left, and we have to do something enormously, otherwise this earth is going down the drain. Am I coming from? I'm coming from Germany, as Punit has said it already. I was born in Germany. I was luckily born in a family of artists. Why do I say luckily born in a family of artists? It was very chaotic. Our life at home was chaotic. But what does chaos means? It means that we are adapting very fast, and we have to adapt to problem solving. We have to adapt to new situations very, very quickly. Also, my parents were problem solvers, and they were not completely, depressed when they heard that I would become blind in later age. The doctors would tell them that with puberty, blindness would come, and I would probably not see anything anymore with 14 or 15. That didn't make them depressed. In the opposite, it made them energized. It made them feel that something has to be done, and it made them look at the possibilities and not at the disabilities. So far, I grew up in a very, very conducive environment, and conducive, when I think of conducive environment, it was a creative environment. It was an environment full of problem solvers surrounding me. Then blindness came. And this transition was not an easy one, I really must say. A lot of people are afraid of blindness. Blindness is probably one of the biggest fear factors in the world. And I do understand that, because I was afraid. When I heard that I would become blind, I was completely afraid. I didn't know what will come towards me. I thought it's going to be dark, and I hated darkness. I thought I'm going to be isolated. I'm going to be discriminated, maybe even by my own friends. And exactly that happened. Well, what happened was that I lost my friends. My friends didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. They were making fun of me. They were making fun of me running against doors, or running around with 2 different pairs of socks. And then I had a very, very long period where I hardly spoke. I didn't know what to say. My parents knew me as a very bubbly child, and I stopped speaking. I rejected everything that was about communication, about standing up and speaking up. And that was a very important time. When I'm thinking back, it was a time of, I could say, meditation. Maybe it was a time of thinking. It was a time of rethinking and resetting. We all know this from a computer. When a computer is not working well, then we press the reset button. And I think I pressed at that time a reset button. So for everybody who hears this and is in this phase will come once you have gone through a big crisis. This phase is there and it's important. Embrace it. I embraced it, luckily, because my parents didn't show me that they were afraid. They didn't panic. Yes, they were concerned, but they didn't panic. And they said, well, at one point, I mean, this kid is a normal kid. And at one point, she will get out of it. And she will have the strength to get herself out of the mess. And this gave me the possibility to actually jump into my next life. And how this worked. And at a certain point, I thought about what is actually the beauty about being blind. How is it possible that I could embrace blindness, like other people embrace their skin color, like other people embrace that they are too short or that they are too long, like other people embrace that they might live in a different setting or surrounding, that they are living in a family that is not completely mainstream. So I thought, what can I embrace about blindness? And very, very soon, I got to many things that I could embrace. So for example, I give you a few examples. One example is when you're blind, you have to focus. You are not distracted by Hollywood or Bollywood. You're not distracted by posters. You're not distracted by all these colors that are flying at us. You have to focus on what is really relevant in life. Another one, when you're blind, you have to be clear in your communication. You have to verbalize what you're thinking. I couldn't use my hands anymore. I couldn't gesture that I used to do before, but I had to use my words. So I became clear in what I wanted to say because I had to, I was forced to. When you're blind, you have to be a problem solver. And that is very, very natural. We have a new obstacle to solve, to overcome. And we have to always think, how? How are we going from A to B? How can we maintain? Because we are used to problem solving. And the gratitude towards blindness. Now, when you're blind, also what I found out, when you're blind, you become a much better you become much better in imagining what you don't see, right? Visualizing what you don't see. So in fact, you are creating visions being visually impaired, right? And this is very, very important, especially for our times nowadays. When we have a lot of crises coming, one crisis is chasing the other crisis. We don't know what's tomorrow. Nobody would have known in 2019 what will happen in 2020, right? And we need people who can imagine things, who can imagine the nasty things that could come up and prepare already for solutions. But we also need to have people who can visualize the beauty of the future and not give up and not lose hope and make other people bite into the same vision. And this is very, very important, right? What I figured out when I understood that there are lots of advantages of being blind, I understood that now darkness should come. Back then I could still see, right? A little bit. Not much, but a little bit. But the doctors already said, well, at one point it will be dark. It's was so much, or gave me a so much more colorful world that I had before. My world became much, much more colorful ever since I became blind. So I was ready for darkness. And the interesting part now is that darkness never came, despite the fact that all the ophthalmologists and all the sighted people were telling me, well, it's going to be dark. I never experienced darkness, and I never met blind people who really said, no, it's dark. Why not? Because if you don't see anything, you also don't see darkness. You only see darkness if you see something, if you can compare it with light, with with something that is going into your eye or that is stimulating your eye. But darkness is nothing that stimulates your eye. So in a way, I don't see anything and I see everything. And this is really amazing. If I'm sitting here in front of you, I do see all these little pictures with you on the screen, and somebody has their eyes closed and the other one is smiling and the next one is touching their head. Well, is it true or not? I don't mind. It's my reality, right? Now, when I became disabled, I got my first Blindenausweis. So in German, it's the pass for the blind to go on a bus without paying. This is a very useful thing, and I was very grateful for that. But then I asked my mother, so what is written on this Blindenausweis? And she said, she mentioned to me, it's written 100% disabled. Now, when I look at 100% disabled, I thought like, hey, come on, what does that mean? 100% disabled. Does that mean I'm 100% useless? And my mother has an interesting sense of humor. She said, yes, in fact, if you want to become a bus driver, you are in fact 100% useless. Well, back then it was in the 70s. She didn't think about buses that drive by themselves. But see, I accepted that. But then I thought, like, what does it actually mean to be disabled? And very early onwards, I created this image, and I want to do it with you, right? Now, think about following beach, and I would always see a beach here, right? Not far from us, 5 kilometers away from us. It's a beach in Kobolam. You have on the right side the turquoise Arabian Sea. You have above the blue sky, and on the left side you have some palm trees that are waving in the wind. And you're walking through the sand, and above you there's an eagle that is making his circles way above, way above. And the eagle can see really well. And he looks down on you and he says, what a funny creature is walking there through the sand. Really long legs, but not being able to run very fast. 2 eyes, but in comparison to me, I mean, all these creatures that are calling themselves human and able, they're not really able to see very well. Yeah, 2 ears, not able to hear very well, a long nose, much longer than many animals. And I mean, the smelling capacity is not really good. So in fact, what does this eagle see is a disabled person.
No wings.
Yeah, we have no wings, by the way, no wings to fly. We have long arms and they're looking very cranky, and we are not able to circle around, right? So is this a problem? I don't want you to be depressed. Have something that is very, very dear to us. It's our brain. And we have the possibility to solve problems. We have the possibility to see actually any limitation as a possibility, as an advantage. And if we were not as disabled as the eagle sees us, we would not be here where we are. We would not be able to fly. We would not be able to create fast running motorbikes or vehicles. We would not be able to create boats, and so on and so forth. Or we saw just in the speech before, we saw the telescope. Would we be able to create such a telescope if we were not, if we were able to see far and maybe see really far, like an eagle can see? Would we have the inner wish to see that far, right? So this is an important thought for everyone who is maybe suffering from her limitations and who feels that these limitations are becoming stumble stones over the whole day. Now, for me, it didn't become a stumble stone. It became a springboard into life. I must say, I was in a very, very good school. It was not an inclusive school. Today, we are talking about inclusivity. There are some amazing special schools out there which are doing a great job. I was in a school for the blind that had fantastic science classes, math classes, art classes, music classes, but also language classes. We had to learn 3-4 languages. We had to also, and additionally, we had to learn old languages, which were not even counted as languages. And we were really, encouraged to do sports, adventure sports. Surfing, windsurfing, kayaking, whitewater kayaking, horseback riding, not only horseback riding in the wilderness, but also jumping on a horse, making acrobatics on a horse, going on a trampoline, and so on and so forth. When I went through the school, and I had my childhood with my artist and activist and politically very, very active parents who were active in the women's movement and in the Black Power movement. Yes, I thought, well, what are the rights that I as a blind person need to claim in this world? I wanted to be like my mother. My mother was traveling. She was a very adventurous woman. She was traveling in Turkey when she was young. She was dressing as a man so that she could measure mosques and so on and so forth. So she had a very adventurous life. And I said, I want exactly this. I want to have an adventurous life. I want to have, I want to take my own life in my own hands. But what kind of rights do I have to claim to be able to do this? And there are 4 rights, and I would like to give you these rights before I hand over to Paul, who talks a little bit about Tibet and how we met in Tibet. The first right is the right to be blind without being disabled. A lot of times when we face a disability, people are reducing us to exactly this and don't see the possibilities. Another thing is the right to voice my opinion also, and especially also, about topics that have nothing to do with blindness. And this happened to me many times, especially in university. I was politically active about environment and about women's liberation and so on and so forth. And people would say, what are you talking about? You know, why don't you stick with blindness? Why don't you stick with disability? There's one more right, which is very important, the right to risk. Many, many times when dare to do, people would say, why do you do this? What do you want to prove? And I say, well, I don't want to prove something, but I feel that I live when I have an adventurous life. And that's why I went to Tibet, and why I decided to go in an area which was absolutely not familiar for me. I wanted to go on horseback. I wanted to experience landscapes. I wanted to swim in wild rivers and so on and so forth. And why not, as a blind person, being able to take a risk? Everybody else, which is very, very important for us that are seen as limited. I think it's very important that we have the right to take over responsibility. And again, here, we are limited by society. We are disabled by society, because a lot of people think, why don't you sit there? We are doing it for you. No, we have to take it in our own hands, especially because we have gone through the adversity. We have gone through the problems that we want to solve. And this is exactly what we do here in Kanthari. We are finding people who have overcome adversity, and it doesn't have to be blindness or disability. It can be any kind of adversity. And we say, you are the experts of the problem that you want to solve. And if you are the experts of the problem that you want to solve, you will also be the expert of the solution that you take as an answer. And with these thoughts of the rights that I wanted to claim, I went to Tibet. And in Tibet, I met my dream partner, Paul Kronenberg. He is coming now. And that was a lucky meeting. We met in a very dirty and rundown backpacker lodge. And when I told him that I wanted to start the first school for the blind in Tibet, because I did have created the Tibetan blind Braille script, and I was studying Tibetology, he was the first one who didn't think that I was completely insane. Maybe he was insane enough to say, well, let us do it together.
Okay, hi everyone. So yes, in 1997 I was lucky to meet Sabriye, and in 1998 we returned together, and we started a pretty wild adventure. We had there's a lot of problems that we faced, and Sabriye wrote a book about this. It's called My Path Leads to Tibet. And if you have a chance to get a copy, I think it's an old book, but the story is still very relevant. Lots and lots of issues were there. But one of the main challenges we had was, how can we give hope and a future to the blind in Tibet? And in Tibet, it's if you're born blind or with a disability, you're really pushed outside of society. And Sabriye went on horseback in 1997, and she found blind children locked away in dark rooms, and literally they were left there to die. And this was very depressing, of course. And you know, what can we do and make a difference? So you saw in the introduction and the little video clip, you saw a little bit about Tenzin. I would like to repeat that, because I think that's the core. I think one of the core messages that we have with our organization, Braille Without Borders, but also with Kanthari, and it's about the dignity of people. So Sabriye met Tenzin, and Tenzin said with a smile on his face, "Oh, you're blind, I'm blind too." And Sabriye was wondering, like, how come that this young kid, he's 8 years old, where does he get, this pride to be blind? And so she asked him, and so what do you do? And he said, well, I'm the yak herder in the village. And there's 4 points to this, and it comes to a fifth one. And the fifth one is very important. The first one, he had a task. And if you have a task, usually you have value. And if you have value, you're respected. If you're respected, you get dignity. And only when these 4 parts are in place, then the fifth one, probably the most important one, comes, because it's self-confidence. We know a lot of people that they never got to this fourth stage because they're always put down by society, by parents, brothers, sisters, by everybody that says you're not enough, you're not good enough. You have to be the number one. Number two is not good enough, right? And I see some smiling faces here, so you must have heard this before. So, and what happens then, unfortunately, a lot of these people, they pretend to be self-confident, or they use some tools to get this. So expensive car, big house, trophy wife, trophy husband, stuff like that, right? Nice diploma in their pocket, but inside it's empty because they never came to the point of dignity, and that's so sad. So when we understood this, when this happened, when Sabriye met Tenzin, we knew what to do, right? We have to create a place where these students come together, where these children come together. They see they're not the only one, right? They see that other kids have gone through similar challenges. They learn skills, and with these new gained skills, they go back into society with new self-confidence, and they tell to their teachers, or they tell to their neighbors in the classroom, hey, you tell me what's on the blackboard, and I'll make your English homework later on. That was basically the idea. So for me, I was very much convinced when Sabriye told me that she started this project. So we had some other issues, because when we then started, the problem was, okay, how can we give these children hope? Because we had several children, they came from a dark room, and they were, like I said before, it's like they were left there to die. And so we said, okay, you know what? And we found a solution for this. And it's a very simple solution. I think this should be done for every single person in the world. Doesn't matter if you're still a child or an adult, it's never too late for this. We came up with a dream factory. Most important question in life is, what do I want? I think you agree. Not what your parents want, your brothers, sisters. It's about you, right? And only if you do something that you love doing, you never have to, work a day in your life. We love what we do here, and we're not working. We're here on Saturday and Sunday, 7 days a week. And if I have to becomes I want to, that's where the magic begins. If you ask people what they're doing, they say, I have to go to school. I have to go to work. And that's terrible, because then you are doing it for somebody else. If you can get up in the morning, my slogan, my personal slogan is, life is what you're happy getting up for. If you're not happy in the morning getting up, something is wrong. And you have it in your hands. You have a lot in your hands, right, to make a difference and make a change. So we started this dream factory, and what happened was we asked our children, we said, okay, what is it that you really love doing? And don't worry if you can or cannot, that doesn't matter. So we gave them 1 week time, and after 1 week, we had 6 kids in the beginning, and there's Norbu, and he smiles, and he says, I want to become a taxi driver. Of course, he can't see. And we could have ruined his dream right there and then, but that would be absolutely terrible, because it's his dream. We shouldn't ruin dreams. We should believe in people's dreams. So we said, wonderful. 2 years later, he speaks English, Tibetan, Chinese. He walks with a cane. He's, has a, happy kid. We had another dream factory with a new batch of kids that were coming in. And we said, Nobu, how are you? What about the status of your dream of becoming a taxi driver? And he said, well, now I realize that's maybe not so safe because I can't see, but I can set up a taxi company and run it. 10 years old. He never did that, but a few years after that, he became interested in making cheese. He was the first blind person ever in Tibet to fly. And he didn't fly anywhere. He flew all the way to Holland, learned how to make cheese, came back, started a cheese factory. This is 20 years ago. Now he has his own restaurant and a medical massage clinic, and he's successful. Why? For the very simple reason, because he loves what he does. It's all that simple, right? So it is about believing in other people's dreams and encouraging people, and not looking at why it's not possible, because there's always 1,000 reasons that people come up with why something is not possible. They should look for the one reason why it is possible and why it has to be made possible. So right now we set up this preparatory school, a vocational training farm with animal husbandry, market gardening, kitchen management. We had compost production, knitting, carpet weaving. We had about 10 professions that were not done with blind people anywhere on the planet. And when we approached donors to make this happen, they said, no, this is not possible. Who are you? And well, we didn't listen to them. luckily we raised some funds here and there, and after 6 years everything was there. The whole thing, the whole project was up and running. The farm was running. We had a braille printing press. We had this preparatory school. We had a self-integration program. Everything was running. And then we got the idea, we have to do something because we can't stay in Tibet forever. And then we got back to the idea of coming here, to the center of the world. Trivandrum is the center of the world. I'm sorry, you might be all over India, but this is the center. Sorry to take that away from you, because if you draw a circle around Trivandrum and you make that larger, you have Australia, Asia, Europe, and Africa, and we're in the middle. And that's where there's about 6 point something billion people live there. So that's the center of the world population-wise. And we're in the middle of it. So that's a good place to be. So we bring people here and we train them in, and we provide all the skills in a very hands-on, experiential way. So they learn by doing and by failing, right? Because that's the best way. And then they go back and they start and run their own organization. So that's very briefly what we do. I think, Sabriye, maybe you can tell a little bit more about the curriculum as such. And then later on, we have some time for Q&A, right? Okay.
So, as I said already, we have people who have overcome adversity in their lives. These are, for example, women who have faced violence in their homes. These are also people with albinism who have maybe been discriminated because of their skin colors. These are persons with different kind of disabilities, blindness, physical disabilities. Punit now, he came with a speech disability. Then we have people who come from war zones, from conflict areas, people who have escaped from pollution, from environmental destruction, and want to do something about this. So these are people who see a crisis as an opportunity to do something better and to make sure that the world is saved. And what we do is through a hands-on, very practical curriculum, a journey in 5 acts. We call it a journey in 5 acts. It's partly residential, partly in your own countries. We are training people in everything they need to know to start and to long time run a social venture, and an impactful social venture. It could be also something that is partly financed through social entrepreneurship, but mainly we are training people to do fundraising, to do project planning, to run big teams, to do their branding, communication, and so on and so forth. You can read everything on our website. I would like to ask Punit to come again for the end and to explain a little bit more about his idea to start.
Thank you, Sab. I will start from my life journey. In my childhood, I think I suffered from, I witnessed domestic violence, and because of that I go into on my shell, and I become an introvert from a very naughty and extrovert child. I started to being away from every opportunity that I used to got to speak. I used to run away from that opportunity, and it continued till 2018. Like every time in school, in colleges, we have to present a presentation, or I have to introduce myself. I used to run away from that opportunity, that chance. And today it's a very different day for me, because someone who can't introduce himself is introducing his mentors to a number of people. That's a dream come true for me. And I would like to thank TISA for that. That 2018 conference was a life changer for me. How we learn to accept the way we are, and because acceptance is the first step towards the life of a stammerer. And when I joined Kanthari, I literally forgot about it. I was in harmony with my stammering, but my project idea was something else. And then we were discussing it someday. We were writing about it, and then Sabriye realized that this is what you can do, because I was saying that Indian youngsters are not realizing their true potential. because we cannot communicate well in our families, in our home. We never talk to our parents. We never say I love you. We never hug our parents. It's just so mechanical nowadays. We just need to study. We just need to get a job and live a ordinary life. And this is what brings us to the SSStart. Through SSStart, I think we are going to run workshops on different issues, from stage fear to people with speech disabilities. We are going to run workshops and campaigning as well, so that we can normalize stammering. We can normalize patience in our listening as well, because the one thing that I have suffered, and you all can relate, that when we used to say, people used to finish our sentence. They don't let us speak, and they think that we are helping them, but it's not the way it is. I think we should get the opportunity to speak, and we should get the opportunity to complete our sentence. And this is the only thing. We are not therapists. Through our project, we are not going to treat. We are not going to change you. We don't want to do it. We just want to be whatever we are. But in our own right, we have the right to be stammerers, right? and this is what we are trying to do. And one thing that Paul and Sab always inspire me, that every single day they wake up in the morning and with the same energy, with the same power, they have their own personal problems, they have their own issues, but whenever it comes to work, whenever it comes to their profession, they are spot on target. And this is what we are learning here. I have a friend in Kanthari. He's from Afghanistan. His name is Nimatullah, and we all know what is happening there. And we spend a lot of time together. And the one thing that we have realized, that our personal lives, our personal issues should not come in our way to realize our dream, and not our way. It should help us, it should encourage us, it should motivate us to help others who are in the same situation. And this is what I'm trying to make sure, that I lost my father last month, and I was there in the Kanthari campus. And I have a very problematic relationship, not me, but my brother have a very problematic relationship with my father. And I take a pledge that day, that through my center, through my project, I will not let this happen again. Parents and children should talk to each other, should discuss their problems, should discuss their happiness, should discuss their success with each other. And Indian culture, we were not like that. We have, through colonialism or through various different reasons, we have lost our traditions. We have lost our true values, to be open, to be frank in our conversation, in our lifestyles. And it is a very small effort what I'm trying to do. It's a very small effort, but with all my passion, with all my might, I want to achieve. I want to make sure that every single person who comes in our center goes out with the positivity, with the optimism, that I am good enough. I don't need to be a fluent speaker, because all my life I used to think that I'm smart, but if I was not a stammerer, I would have rocked the world. I would have been so successful. But now I don't think like that. Even if I'm stammering, I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna go on the stage. And nowadays, every single week, I'm going on the stage. I don't care. Sometimes I really mess it around. Sometimes I really forget what to say, but I'm gonna go on the stage, and no one can take the right to me to go on the stage. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Puneet and Sabriye and Paul. It was amazing listening to your story. Very inspirational, and a few highlights or few takeaways for me personally was Sabriye talking about that you are the expert of the problem that you have. I mean, that was really very inspirational, because and it's very relevant for us. I mean, here in TISA, that we always look for other experts, like can he help me to deal with my stammering? No, you are the expert of your own problem. what Paul said is that the important thing is what I want and not what other want. And if you are waking up in the morning not very happy, then there is some problem. I mean, that was really an awesome takeaway. And you all taught us that, how we can look crisis as an opportunity, which is what I think you also are going to achieve or pursuing with your dream. So thank you so much for this. Do we have any questions from anybody? Nikhil and others, did we get any questions in the chat?
No, Harish. So, guys, if anyone has any questions, you can just raise your hand. You can take a few questions only due to time constraints. You can just raise your hand and they will let you speak.
Question.
Hello everyone. I have one question from Sabriye and Paul.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have seen they are doing this good work since 1998, and I have seen the work that you have started for the blind kids, and for some reason, in one article I've seen it for some reason with the government policies you had to you had to compromise with your work, and then you didn't stop it. You continued and you started helping other people apart from blind disability. So just I want to know, what is driving you from inside? You are facing so many issues, but still you just continue. So that's I wanted to know.
I think what is very, very important is to have a very clear vision. And if you don't have this clear vision, make sure that you are dreaming even more and try to make this vision even clearer. Because if the vision is big enough and you look at this vision, then the biggest obstacle that is in front of it doesn't sound so, or doesn't look so big anymore. I always give this example of a light tower, right? Of a lighthouse. So you have a lighthouse in the distance. If the lighthouse is always looking above the biggest obstacle, you want to go towards this vision. So therefore, don't dream too small. It's very, very important, in my opinion. There is one sentence, people say it's from Michelangelo. I don't know, it could be. And it says, the biggest danger is not to dream big and fail, but to dream small and succeed. And this is something that really motivates us. You cannot dream big enough, because big dreams will push you forward. Big dreams will make sure that your inspiration or your energy will stay strong and high. And don't worry about failure. I think we are all trained not to fail, especially here in India. I see this very, very clearly, that in schools, you are not allowed to fail. You are also not allowed to ask questions, unfortunately, but you are definitely not allowed to fail. And I think we have to learn how to fail, and how to fail gracefully, and how to get up gracefully again and try it again in a new way, and see failure as a new opportunity, see failure as an option. Right? If I always dream small, yes, I might succeed, but I will limit myself as well. And this is the words, or these are the words that we always gave also our little blind kids in Tibet, and they were small. Right now we are working with adults who already have a vision. Back then we were working with little kids who were completely discriminated by society, and these kids took that very, very serious. And back then they were telling, oh, I want to start a hotel, and I want to start a massage clinic, and I want to start this and that. And in a society where nobody believes that blind people can do something, right? And now when you go to Tibet, what is really, really nice, our blind kids, I mean, the kids that were growing up in our center, they are now adults, they are now 35, but one runs the biggest massage clinic of all over Tibet. Another one has a restaurant, another one has a cheese factory, another one is in a music business, and he has a huge orchestra. These kids were allowing themselves to dream and to dream big, and thought about small steps, step by step, little by little, to reach this dream.
I would like to add something to the part what drives us, because you haven't seen our campus here yet. We haven't seen the school in Tibet and our farm. Our farm was at 4,000 meters altitude in between the Himalayas. Just the place itself was magical. We are here on a campus. On the left side, there's a lake, one of the freshwater lakes. It's a really beautiful place, but for us, what's more important are the people. And we had the luck that in the last 11 years or 12 years, we had 226 change makers from 48 countries here. And every day we get some positive feedback from, orphans in Cameroon that suddenly can go to school again after like 5-6 years of a conflict, right? Of women or girls and young girls in Zimbabwe that are not being married off as in child marriage, right? We have people in war zones where ex-child soldiers have now learned skills, not, to learn a living, not using weapons and to kill people. Right, so this every day something comes in, and I think that's the power. I think of the Kanthari formula is that we call it a change from within. See, Puneet is motivated for something that he was affected by himself, right? So, what stronger motivation could there be to say, "Stop! I need to do something. I can't wait for the rest of the world. We have to take it in our own hands." So we had a person, Jane Waitera, who's a person with albinism from Kenya. And in East Africa, it's believed that people with albinism, so with white skin, that they carry special powers and they're being killed and chopped up in pieces. And their body parts are sold as good luck charms. So a hand goes for $75,000, right? So, but they lose their lives because of this. And Jane went back. And she went back to Kenya after 2009, she was here, and she says, we cannot be killed. If we were to go there as a foreigner going in and saying, like, you should not kill the people with albinism, that doesn't sound very convincing, does it? But if somebody from within that community stands up and says, we, right? And then there's already the connection, there's a trust level, right? That makes a huge difference. That's why I believe that the Kanthari formula works. And well, for Sabriye and I, it works definitely because it's a huge driving factor to get up early in the morning every day and enjoy what we do. So hope that answers your question. Yes, please, please.
Nikhil bhai and Harish bhai, if we can have a, like, do we have a Kerala chapter in TISA?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
So we are going to have a stall on 16th of October. So we are going to have 30 stalls of different projects, and I would like to invite them. Can you share me the contact? I will share all the details very soon as the things are being confirmed. But please visit our stall there. It will be very fun and interactive activities will be there.
Yeah, certainly. So just share all the details, and
Yes,
I will connect you with our Kerala chapter team. And those who have questions can mail to info@stammer.in. Because due to lack of time, we won't be able to take any questions now. Let me take this opportunity to thank Puneet, Sabriye, and Paul for being a part of our NC this year and sharing your story, inspiring us. And it was really great. We learned a lot of things, especially looking at the brighter side of life. And
thanks to you, Harish bhai, I have never been in a Zoom call with 30 more stammerers.
It is the best part of the NC, right? So it was really nice interacting with you. Paul and Sabriye, if you can just come on the camera. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything, for inspiring us. And I wish you all the best for kanthari.org, and also to Puneet for his venture SSStart, and all the best. And
and we wish you a great continuation of their conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So now we move on to our next session. Our next session will have 3 speakers now, and they are going to talk about. So the theme of this next session would be adapting. How we adapt new things, how we learn from something, and we adapt it into our lives to make our lives change for better. So we have Dipin Jain talking about what he learned and adopted in his SSG from Toastmasters. He is joining us from Bangalore SSG. We then have Anita Singh and Dipam Chakma, who are going to tell us about what they learned from Vipassana and how it and what they adapted from it into their lifestyle. And then finally, we have Abhishek from Shimla, who is going to talk about how he adapted to his work life and stammering. So let me first invite Dipin. Dipin is a part of Bangalore SSG, and he has been coordinating Bangalore SSG in a very, a very different way. He has kind of combined the Toastmasters concept with the SSG, and with this, I think we are going to see a hybrid model with TISA and Toastmasters and self-help. So let's know more about it from Dipin himself. Over to you, Dipin.
Thank you, Harish. Thank you, everyone. Am I added to the spotlight?
Yep.
Can host add spotlight to me?
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. Dipin, Dipin, अरे तुझे बुला रहे हैं, कहाँ है तू? Dipin, Dipin. ओह, ये लड़का फिर भाग गया। मैं कौन हूं? मैं हूं उसकी अंतरात्मा की आवाज। मैं क्या कर रहा हूं यहां पर? भाइयों, जब भी ये लड़का, वैसे तो लड़का हमेशा कहता है कि भाई मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मैं एकदम अच्छा हूं, पर जैसे ही प्रेजेंटेशन, ऑफिस मीटिंग्स या अनजान लोगों से बात करने की बात आती है, तो भाई इस लड़के को पता नहीं कौन सा सांप सूंघ जाता है। वेल, आई गेस आई नो हिज प्रॉब्लम। ये लड़का हकलाता है और इस बात से शर्मिंदा भी है। Poor chap. इसकी इसी परेशानी को समझ के मैंने इसको स्पीच थेरेपिस्ट के पास भी भेजा। अरे वही लोग जो स्टैमरिंग ठीक कर देते हैं 5 दिन में। जब ये लड़का वहां से आया, बड़ा खुश था। इसने मुझे बोल के भी दिखाया। And he was like, my name is Dipin Jain and I work with Amazon Web Services and I am 37 years old. भाई, हकलाता था तो ठीक था, पर अब तो आइडेंटिटी क्राइसिस भी हो रहा है। लगता ही नहीं कि दिपिन बोल रहा है। पर ठीक है, as long as ये लड़का खुश है, I have no problem. बट उसके बाद एक और अजीब दिक्कत होने लगी। अब इस लड़के की खुशी इस बात पे निर्भर करती थी कि पूरे दिन में इसने कितने फ्लुएंट शब्द बोले। बताओ क्या करें? दोस्तों, क्या आपको पता है, और हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू पीपल नो ऋतिक रोशन? रेज योर हैंड्स प्लीज। हाँ, क्वाइट अ फ्यू, ऑल बॉलीवुड मूवी फैंस। बट क्या आपको यह भी पता है कि ऋतिक रोशन भी हकलाते हैं? भाई ऑन स्क्रीन तो बहुत अच्छा बोलते हैं और नेचुरल भी साउंड करते हैं, लेकिन उनके सीक्रेट्स जाने कैसे? एक तो वो स्टार है और एकदम अनरीचेबल। पर एक दिन ये पता लगा कि ऋतिक रोशन ने टीसा मुंबई के साथ में एक छोटी सी मीटिंग की है। टीसा, द इंडियन स्टैमरिंग एसोसिएशन। यस, यू हर्ड इट राइट। मैंने कहा बस यही मौका है। मैंने दिपिन को बोला, दिपिन जाओ टीसा के बारे में पता लगाओ और ढूंढ के लाओ उनकी सीक्रेट्स क्या हैं। आगे की स्टोरी के लिए मैं दिपिन को बुलाता हूं। रुकिए, कहां गया है लड़का? दिपिन, 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 अरे जल्दी आओ भाई, सब लोग तुम्हारा वेट कर रहे हैं। तुम कहां रह गए? अरे आता हूं, 2 मिनट में आता हूं। अरे भाइयों, एक्चुअली मेरा नाम है दी 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 दिपिन। जरा आई वेंट फॉर अ नेचर्स कॉल। सो या, as my voice, this guy sent me to explore about TISA. The very next day, I started calling up TISA people. I got their phone numbers from the website and I started calling them. And the very next day, I landed into Kaban Park. Anybody from Bangalore here? अरे हाँ हाँ, तुम तो मेरी आवाज हो, तुम तो हो ही हो। Yes, Aditya. And there might be a few people also. You must be knowing Kaban Park. Kaban Park is the place where Bangalore people conduct their SSG. There I met a couple of people, Nishil, Dinesh, Ravi, Ankit, Abhinav, Joshua, and many more. And very soon they started exchanging introduction. Well, I was again very terrified. Can you guess why? Yes, because introductions are the favorite part for a PWS. So again, I did not want to stammer again. I do not want to get embarrassed in front of those big shot people. There I met people like big time scientists, entrepreneurs, project managers, and whatnot. But those guys, they made me calm down. Why? Because I saw those people stammering freely in front of me. But there were a couple of strange things also. I saw those people stammering and yet smiling. And they all seemed happy too. Well, there was one person on earth who definitely was not happy seeing them happy. I thought that I was at a wrong place. What could I do? Few days passed by and I got yet another strange invitation from TISA again. The communication workshop for PWS. Communication workshop for people who can't barely speak. Interesting and strange. Out of curiosity, the very next day, I landed in the communication workshop. And there I got my life-changing experience. For the very first time in my life, I witnessed a PWS live communicating his ideas in the most charismatic way. Yes, it was none other than Dr. Sachin itself. He delivered the workshop in the most effective way. The content was rich, and along with that, the interaction which he had with the participants made it quite engaging. And I realized for the first time in my life the real difference between communication and fluency. I understood that I needed to learn communication. But how? At that time, I recalled my school friend joining Toastmasters few years back for the same reason. And I thought of doing the same. But then all the negative chatter inside my head, what if I stammer? What will people think? What if I get mocked? All those thoughts started bothering me again. But I shut all those negative chatter and said Jai Mata Di and joined the club. I vividly remember my first encounter at the meeting. And I also had some important takeaways after that. I realized that the so-called fluent people, they also have anxiety issues. They do have bad grammar. They do get nervous and tongue-tied when asked to speak spontaneously during extempore. But there were another set of people too who were excellent orators. But how did those people build communication and such skills? The answer is Toastmasters provided them a step-by-step path on how to build communication and leadership skills by various presentations, extempore, focus on language, they're developing writing skills, evaluation, engagement through delivery styles, and offering various leadership roles. And there were two more important things that I really liked about Toastmaster. The very first thing is the non-judgment zone. And above all, they provide constructive feedback with the help of various mentors. And when you have such an environment with mentors to help you out, then you are bound to improve. भाइयों अपने बारे में बात करूं तो मैं तो ऑफिस मीटिंग्स में लिटरली सो जाता हूं. मेरा अटेंशन स्पैन इतना कम है. I really have bad ears, very poor listening skills. And when people suddenly wake me up to get my views on the topic, then I'm really caught off guard. I have nothing to say. I go blank, no focus, no preparation. And then what is left is by the way, let me ask you people, how many of you people feel anxious before office presentations or college seminars? Can you give me a show of hands? As expected, not many people might have the same feeling while going through the big days, their big days. भाई साहब, उस दिन fear of stammer इतना ज्यादा होता है कि बाकी चीजों पे फोकस करना, जैसे कि कंटेंट, राइट अप, एंगेजिंग पीपल, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट प्रैक्टिस बिफोर द डी डे, वो तो भूल ही जाओ. कहां से करेंगे? But staying with the Toastmaster for quite some time did help me realize the things I was doing wrong and how can I improve upon them. And after being there for some time, I realized that this is the need of the hour. And many PWS can be benefited with the same thing. For the same reason, with a bunch of people, we started the free club for all the PWS by running Bangalore SSG in the Toastmaster style, which is currently helping people become better communicators from last 46 weeks. And in order to tell you a little bit more about what we have achieved so far, let me play a video. Give me a second. Guys, let me know if you're able to share. Sorry. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Hello everyone.
Is this audible, guys?
I still remember the first time when Dipin asked me to host a meeting, and I was very much anxious and hesitant to pick up that role.
I was very fearful about my stammering, about myself.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirtan Bhatt and I have been an active member in the Toastmasters circuit for more than 4 years now. I have relentlessly pursued to become a better communicator and a leader through Toastmasters. Not only were all these things impossible for me before, but I had lots and lots of stage fear, self-doubt, inferiority complex.
Hello everyone, myself Ashutosh Jha. When I had to give presentations in front of the college audience, I was very much afraid being a person who stammered.
But over time, things changed. It was a great learning experience for me. It gave me a bunch of happy experiences and positive reinforcements that gave my confidence a big boost.
It taught me that it's not just the fluency which is the most important thing in communication. Rather, communication is a much broader term. We have to work on our vocal variety, voice modulation, pauses, lots of things. I felt Toastmasters the safest place to fail and learn from your own mistakes. I used to practice in front of the Toastmasters audience because I knew these people will not judge me at all.
Taught me is to accept who I am, is to accept the fact that I am a stammerer and I need to not get rid of this problem, but accept the fact that I have this problem and to not get shameful out of this.
One thing which I realize is that being a stammerer should not be an excuse to be a bad communicator.
Whenever my manager called for the sudden meeting, the impromptu speeches helped me very lot. And whenever I am used to give the presentations to the customers with the data, the past data and the team performance, the prepared speeches and the evaluation helped, and which gave the the knowledge so how the audience would see about my presentations.
Attending so many sessions of Toastmasters, I have realized that I am less hesitant to speak up in larger group meetings in my office.
Hi everyone, my name is Rahul. My speaking skills and my confidence have shooted up. Number 2, my listening skills have become much better and I could feel that difference when I go to my work meetings.
But now I have accepted myself with all my flaws. I am able to think beyond stammering. Now I'm a lot more confident and a less fearful person.
I just could not speak to people, not only on the stage but off the stage as well. Communication is just like any other skill which has to be honed every single day.
One day, even my teacher asked me, "Do you want to be a news anchor or what? You speak so flawlessly."
The best part was the detailed feedback I used to get after all my speeches. So big shout out to TISA for helping me get here. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Yes. Just now, am I audible?
Yes.
Netbuddy show?
Yes.
Perfect. So just now you saw feedbacks and the experiences from the people of Bangalore SSG. So guys, it's the time to wrap up. But before we do that, let's do a quick summary of what we have learned so far. First of all, tell me, Which one is the bigger problem? Stammering or the avoidance? For me, it's the avoidance. And what is more important, fluency or communication? For me, it's communication. And how can one improve upon public speaking? Well, there are number of ways. For example, you can host or join TISA meetings, presentations, you can do theaters, or there is another option where you can dedicate your time and energy with a free platform such as TISA Bangalore Toastmaster Style Club or online SSG. With that, I would leave you with this thought whether I, despite my stammer, was able to communicate my message effectively or not. Thank you, and over to you, Harish.
That was wonderful, Dipin. Amazing. And thank you for really letting us witness the first double role on Zoom Live. That was amazing. And it was not only informative, it was also entertaining. So kudos to you for coordinating that. Amazing. I mean, everyone just give a round of applause. And so but we'll have to move on to the next speaker. And due to lack of time, if you have any questions, you may please put it to the co-host, and you may send it to Anita. Anita, please take the questions on chat.
Yeah, sure. I will take questions.
Thanks. Okay. Now let me thanks Dipin and Bangalore team. That was awesome. So now let me call Shailendra on the camera. Shailendra, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, hi Shailendra. Nice to see
Hi.
you.
Hi.
Shailendra is, I think most of us already know him. He's been in TISA for a long time, almost 8 to 9 years, I think. He's a part of Delhi SSG. He's been around for a lot of national conferences and workshops, and he has helped organize 2 national conferences for TISA in New Delhi, and he is going to coordinate and host rest of this event. So I hand over to Shailendra, and you can take over and call the next speakers. Shailendra, over to you.
Yeah. Yeah. तो जैसे अभी बहुत अच्छे से तुमने एक्सपीरियंस किया कि टोस्ट मास्टर की इम्पोर्टेंस एसएचजी के लिए, जैसे उन्होंने समझाया कि टोस्ट मास्टर जैसे जाहिर सी मैं यही बोला ना ये टोस्ट मास्टर के बारे में।
Sorry, Shailendra.
हम लोग को टोस्ट मास्टर के बारे में ही बोला ना।
I'm not able to hear you clearly.
I said I need to speak about Toastmasters.
No, we can call the next speakers.
Okay. Yeah, जो हमारे जो है ये आपके नेक्स्ट स्पीकर जो है ये आपके दलिता जी हैं जो विपासना के बारे में बताइए। हेलो।
Hello, Shailendra ji.
Yeah.
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, आप एक बार रिपीट करेंगे प्लीज?
हाँ, मैं कह रहा था ये विपासना के बारे में अब बताएगी।
Okay, sure. Let me share my screen. So, just a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you, शैलेंद्र जी. विपासना के ऊपर प्रेजेंटेशन मैं और दीपम जी देने वाले हैं. So we are going to share why, like, what we have learned from Vipassana and adapted in our lives. So the first question always come to our mind: why Vipassana? Why we are doing this course after all? So the reason behind me joining this Vipassana, because like I was like we often worried about the responsibilities, that expectations that we have from ourselves and the others that we have from us, and that it leads and it makes us to feel burden sometimes. Like जब हमें जब किसी से बात करनी होती है, so that time we just avoid talking and we just run away. We just find excuses so that the other person can take over and we can just get away from the situation. And because of that, the life becomes and it started becoming hard. Agar aap, like you can see one photo in a right side, like we have one big stone and then we are rolling, and the flag is like our life. So like the life could be very easy if we remove this burden from ourselves and we just move lightly. So, and this is a reason, and I can say this is the exact interpretation my life was going. I was able to achieve my goals, but somewhere I was putting so many so much efforts while doing so. So in the second thing, I was always having some self-doubts. When we start doing some project, we start with a lot of energy, but as we goes on and other people involved and things started getting little difficult, I started having some doubts, like, am I worthy? Will I be able to do it? I must be perfect. The perfection that we always try to achieve, but the reality is that the world itself is not perfect, and I must not make a mistakes. Nobody loves me. So sometimes we start having these kind of self doubts, and we start trying to hide ourselves from world. Like if you see in a right side picture, the girl is started enclosed herself. So similarly, we also started hiding ourselves and cut off ourselves from the real world. We just want to be ignored, and we just surround ourselves with one or two friends. Those are okay with whatever we are, or just with family, and we just avoid everybody else. And here comes the Vipassana to rescue us. The Vipassana courses, like whatever the courses you see, they always divided into two sections. The first part, like the 1/3 time, we will be concentrating on our body, and the 2/3 time we will be focusing on the first time, like the first 1/3 time, we are focusing on our breathing, patterns, and the 2/3 time we focus on our body, and we try to understand the bodily sensations that we have. The concept of Vipassana is very simple. If you notice, whenever our emotion changes, our breathing patterns also changes accordingly. Whenever we are sleeping, our breathing slows down. But when we do something, and if we see somebody falling down, and we just run to hold that person, that time our breathing starts varying. So somewhere when our emotions are the root cause of our variation in our breathing. So in a similar manner, here in Vipassana, we focus on our breathing, and we see what, like when any sensations or when any emotions comes, how our breathing patterns varies, and what we can do better in that particular situation, because situation is not in our control, but we can control how our body reacts. So when I started the Vipassana, like I have I did Vipassana 2 months back, and from the day I started Vipassana, I was having, like, it was very difficult to sit and spend time with us. But over a period of time, I started having a balance. I started feeling the balance between my emotions. Like we always in like so many years, I was knowing, like, either to suppress our emotions or to express our emotions. Like when we are expressing in a reactive manner, sometimes we end up doing damage. But here in Vipassana, I got a third option that I can do, that is observe. It is not always to express or suppress. Sometimes we can just observe, and we can bring our intelligence and see what better we can do in that moment. So that balance, it has brought in my life. So what is the benefits that I got from the Vipassana? The first benefit I got, I started understanding myself better. I was having, like, in an initial slides, I showed how many self-doubts I was having. But slowly I understood what my limitations are, what my strengths are. Because here we are not, like, when we are spending time and staying with us, we start knowing ourselves better, which we were not understanding before. Like we know our strength to some extent, but we were not knowing our limitations and what we can do if we cross that limitation. And we started becoming self-compassionate. Like the portion of mind that needs more love, the more empathy, I started embracing that one. And the portion of me that is my strength, I working on it, and I started making making it even more stronger. And redirect energy. If you see in a second image, whenever we feel low, that time we just don't want to do anything. We just want to sit at one place and just want to be hidden from everyone. We just don't want anybody to be to listen us or see us. But when we are doing this Vipassana course, I noticed that the motivation that I was looking outside, now I am seeing that motivation from inside. It is coming from inside because I know myself better. I know what is my limitations, what is my strengths, and based on that, my brain is taking that decision and motivating me. Let's go. Let's do this thing. If we failed once, it's okay. If I didn't do as good as I wanted to do, it's okay. let's do it again, let's try it again. So energy that was going outward in negative emotions and victim mindsets. Oh, that person didn't give me the opportunity. Oh, that person I lose this thing because of this person. Now the energy is flowing inside. The energy is flowing inside. We are motivating ourselves and we are doing whatever is required in that moment. And it builds up the self-confidence. Like the more it is, like when you know about something, you like, even with one topic, if you know well about one topic, it is very easy for you to speak on it. But when you don't know about that topic, you see yourself hesitating, stopping, and not going with one flow. In a similar manner, when we start knowing about ourselves, we start feeling more confident. We start being creative, because our minds, our head is clear now, and we know what we want to do. And we start seeing things in a bigger picture, and we start appreciating ourselves. We start seeing what is good around us. And the next good thing happened. I started observing things. If you see the two pictures between the main one, we we tell so bad things to our inner selves that we started demotivating us itself. But that I stopped telling bad things are the things that is damaging for me, and also I stopped listening to those things which are not good for me. And I just started observing the way this guy is observing with that. So this is what Vipassana helped me. And in the second, my relationship with my family, my friends has also improved. Because what happens many times, we have some expectation from others, they have expectation from us, and sometimes we are not able to meet them. We are not able to, the way they the limitation we have, we can't do that all the time. So we started feeling guilty from inside, but that guilt has gone on, and we started focusing what is good for that relation at that moment. So my relations has improved, and I started observing and seeing small things. And previously I was not knowing what I should be doing to be successful, because the mind was already cluttered, and it was not and my energy is going in a different directions. But now I redirected my energy in towards my goal, and and the way this little guy is building its own staircase towards his success in a similar manner I initiated, and I will be creating my own path, and I will be reaching to my success. Or like, for me, I just want a simple life. That's it. So thank you from my side. Now, okay, the next thing, the most important thing I liked about this Vipassana course is that the practices are very simple and we can do anytime, anywhere. And it doesn't involve any complicated rituals as well. So it's very simple, and I guess anyone can do it. Thank you. So now I would like to pass on to Dipom Chakmaji. He is a BCom graduate from Arunachal Pradesh, and he has been following Buddha's teaching from a while. Dipomji?
Actually, Anita, actually, Dipam is facing some network issues in this area, so he can't join right now.
So
He just message me. So, Shailendra, you can invite the next speaker now. Thank you, Anita. It was a wonderful, inspiring presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Nikhil. And our next speaker is Abhishek. Abhishek from Shimla, and I also personally know him. His topic is stammering at workspace. So, Abhishek, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes. We can hear you, and you have only 10 minutes to complete your presentation.
Okay, thank you. At first, I thank TISA to give me this opportunity to speak. My topic is stammering at workplace. So a bit about myself. My name is Abhishek Kumar. I work at BSNL. I have been working with BSNL since 2006. So almost 15 years completed. I would like to share a little bit about my life. As far as I remember, I have been stammering since my childhood. I have faced many common issues which other people who stammer do. Like I faced difficulties in answering my roll call in school and later on in college life also. Giving compulsory speech in school assembly was very troublesome for me, but I had to face it many times during school life. Later on, during my engineering studies, giving presentation in front of a gathering was very difficult. I faced a lot of blocks and had to stop midway during many college presentations. And after passing out from college, I was not placed in my college. Though my other friends got placed in companies, so I started for looking for job, and I faced many rejections. And after trying for nearly 1 year, I got a job with BSNL. I have been working at BSNL HP since 2007, and I got a training with BSNL from 2006 to 2007, nearly 5 months or so. So now coming to the topic, stammering at workplace. Since I have stammering, so I was scared and very doubtful how I would manage to do my job. Before joining BSNL, I attended a course of so-called speech therapist and learned prolongation speech technique from him. Though he had promised a cure of my speech in 15 days, but those 15 days never came. And I practiced speech exercises daily and tried very hard to use it in practical life situations. So since I have very prominent blocks in my speech, hence my co-workers came to know about my stammering just when I talked to them. So during initial months of my job and first few years, I had this constant fear that I would be singled out for my stammering and I may be fired from job. So in constant fear, I used to practice speech exercises daily. If I missed speech exercise on a particular day, then I was fearful that my stammering would get worse during that day. After working for 4 to 5 years in BSNL, I began to realize that I would not lose my job just due to my stammering. Then I came across TISA in the year 2012. I also got married the same year. I attended my first TISA workshop at Harbardpur in June 2013. That was the year when there was flash flood also. And I learned the concept of core concept which has helped me is that of acceptance at TISA. I learned to be at peace with my stammering. Over the years, I attended several conferences of TISA. I also wrote about my feelings on my speech, on my good days, bad days, on TISA blog. So during my job at BSNL, I realized that though I stammer, I can manage my work well. Most of the times, my colleagues are understanding and considerate for me. But at times, they try to use my stammering against me or to settle scores with me. I realize that we are not living in a perfectly ideal world. At times, I need to take a stand for myself during my job. At times, I need to assert that the fact that though I stammer, still I can do the job at hand equally well like any other person. When others try to use my stammering against me, then I remember a saying of Sri Ramakrishna that a snake should not bite, but it should hiss, which acts as a self-defense. So I also realized that my stammering does not matter much to my colleagues at work. Everybody is busy with their own lives and they don't bother much about others. I practice this core concept of acceptance, which I learned at TISA, and this is the single most important technique in my life. For me, acceptance is like the single most important technique, and I stick to it throughout. It happens that at times I experience more speech blocks for several days or even several weeks at a stretch. My mind becomes full of self-doubt and worries. I try to bring back my mind to the idea that it is okay to stammer. Slowly, that phase passes on. In other words, if I face less speech blocks on certain days, then I do not get happy. Conversely, if I face more speech blocks on some other days, then I do not get very sad. I remind myself of acceptance and say, it is okay to stammer. Acceptance is an ongoing, lifelong process which needs to be practiced continuously. So, in conclusion, I wish to say that we need to realize that stammering is not a hindrance at our workplace. We can prove our worth by our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. You have explained very good manner. Now it's time for last concluding message. First, Mr. Bipin explained very fine way about what I learned from Postmaster and adopted in our SSGs. Uh, uh, the essence of his all speaks like uh, what we learned from Toastmaster and we all adopted in SSG, like eye contact. Eye contact is very important part. Second thing is voice modulation. Voice modulation is very important, which help us to uh, modulate our voice and to help our conversation in better way. And next thing is smiling. Smiling is very important in every communication skill. And time boundation. We also learned from Toastmaster there is very strict time boundation to every speech, which also we need to adopt in our all SSG meetings. The third thing was our listening skills. Listening skills is also very important. We have adopted in our SSG because होता क्या है कि हम लोग अपनी मीटिंग में अपनी बात बोलना चाहते हैं. हर स्टैमिनर को होता है कि मेरी बात सुने. अगर सभी बोलते रहेंगे तो फिर सुनेगा कौन. तो ये सुनने की स्किल्स भी एक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है हर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल. और इसके बाद ये आपको जितने विपासना के बारे में काफी अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया. जो उनका एसेंस था वो ये था कि जो विपासना के अंदर बहुत ही सिंपल टेक्निक्स होती है जो हर कोई अडॉप्ट कर सकता है अपनी लाइफ में. जो ब्रीथिंग जो होती है ना वो उस पर फोकस किया जाता है. उनका 1/3 टाइम जो होता है वो ब्रीथिंग पर फोकस होता है और 2/3 टाइम जो होता है वो बॉडी पर फोकस करते हैं. तो स्टैमरिंग के लिए भी ब्रीथिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है. जब हमारी स्टैमरिंग काफी हम लोग सांस लेना भूल जाते हैं जिस वक्त हमारी स्टैमरिंग होती है. तो ब्रीथिंग पर फोकस करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है हमारी स्टैमरिंग के लिए. तो ये विपासना में हमें अपने ब्रीथिंग पे कंट्रोल करना उस पर फोकस करना भी सिखाया जाता है. वो भी एक अच्छी बात है. इसके अलावा इमोशन को बैलेंस करना भी विपासना में सिखाया जाता है. जैसे when to suppress and when to express our emotions. तो इसको भी हम लोग अपनी डे टू डे लाइफ में अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं. इसके अलावा अब लास्ट में अभिषेक जी ने वर्क स्पेस में जो स्टैमरिंग के बारे में किया. उनका जो एसेंस था वो ये था कि एक्सेप्टेंस. हम लोग अपनी को एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं कर रहे तो आप हमको प्रॉब्लम आएगी अपनी वर्क लाइफ में. तो ओके टू स्टैमिना इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. हमें पहले अपनी स्टैमिना को एक्सेप्ट करना है. उसके बाद हम अपनी वर्क लाइफ में बैलेंस कर पाएंगे. देखो मैं जहाँ तक मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है मैं भी 3 बार जॉब से निकाला गया हूँ विद मल्टीपल रीजन. तो होता है. मैं ये मानता था पहले कि के लिए स्टैमिना बहुत ही आसान टारगेट होता है कि अगर मुझे 100 में से 5 बंदों को निकालना है तो इस स्टैमिना को तो मैं सबसे पहले निकाल दूंगा. ऐसा मेरी सोच थी. लेकिन अगर हम अपनी जो अपनी कैपेबिलिटी को इतनी ज्यादा अगर हम कंफ्यूज कर दें तो हम अपने आप को इतना बेटर कर पाए तो हमें इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम बिल्कुल नहीं आएगी. तो सबसे पहले हमें अपने आप को एक्सेप्ट करना है. दूसरा हमें अपनी कैपेबिलिटी इतनी इंक्रीज कर देनी है कि हमें कोई निकालने के बारे में सोच भी ना पाए. और जहां तक स्टैमरिंग को जहां तक वर्क स्पेस में स्टैमरिंग का सवाल है, हमको मेरे को भी 12 साल का वर्किंग एक्सपीरियंस है और हमको भी कई तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स आती है. लेकिन हमें बैलेंस करके चलना होता है. अच्छा टाइम अप हो गया. अब ज्यादा मैं बोल नहीं पाऊंगा तो हमारी जो मैं हैंड ओवर करूंगा मिस्टर अभिनव सिंह. मिस्टर अभिनव, can you hear me? Abhinav?
Wait, let me make him the co-host.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikhil and Satyendra. Shailendra. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Great. So, hi all. Welcome again and good afternoon. So today we have Rampa Kalyan from Pactera Edge. So Rampa Kalyan is working as a senior research analyst at Pactera. Just give me a second, please. And the topic for his talk is AI and speech disorders. The topic which is very close to my heart, on how can we apply AI on speech and language understanding. So brief intro about Pactera. So Pactera is a localization company with the main headquarters in Redmond, USA. Apart from a traditional translation projects into more than 140 languages, Pactera also work for the giant technological companies to improve their artificial intelligence system and make the world more accessible to all. And one of the things which I came to know last week, that Pactera is also working with TISA on a project Rainbow to help apply AI for stuttering. So we will play a short video first, and then Rampa Kalyan can start with his talk. And over the talk, if you have any questions, you can ask to me over the chat, and I will forward all those questions to Rampa Kalyan. So over to Anita. I mean, if you can play the short video, please.
Abhinav, I got to know that I have to play the video, so I need 1 to 2 minutes.
Sure. Okay. So in the meanwhile, if we can make Rampa Kalyan as a co-host, yeah. He's already co-host, yeah.
Hi, Abhinav.
Hey, hi Rampa.
Yeah, do you want me to present, or will Anita play the video?
We shall wait for the video first, and then
Fine. I'll be waiting. No issues. Not a problem.
हजार अंदर है और हजार बाहर है। आपने पूरा देखा होगा ना, रूम्स वगैरह दिखाया किसने दिखाया आपको? तो शेख, हाँ, तो जो काम पे लगे वो लोग दिखाया ना, एम्प्लॉय।
I'm so sorry for the short delay. Yeah.
So in the meanwhile, Anita, is the video ready, Anita?
Yes, it is ready. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Sorry for the delay.
Every day we use smart technology to help us in our lives. From sending texts, taking photos, to more complex tasks. This technology often depends on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Artificial intelligence only works well if it is developed with lots of accurate and extensive data. If not, the technology will not work for everybody. This can be inconvenient, disappointing, and make users angry. This project will collect data to help train artificial intelligence and machine learning to work better for everyone and everybody.
Thank you so much, Anita. So over to Rampa, and if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask me over the chat. I will forward it to Rampa. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Abhinav. Let me understand. Do I have access to the sharing my screen?
You do have, yes, yeah.
Okay, so just give me a second. Let me know if you can see my screen.
We can see it, yes.
Okay, just a second. This Zoom is a little bit different. So first of all, is my audio clear?
It's all fine.
Cool. And is my screen visible?
Everything is perfect, yeah.
Thank you so much. So let's begin. So Abhinav, thank you so much for the brief introduction. And let me thank TISA for giving me this opportunity to share some research findings with regards to how AI can help the overall stuttering community. So a little introduction about myself. I know you introduced me, Abhinav, but let me just briefly touch upon my introduction. My name is Kalyan Rampa, and I'm working as a senior research analyst at Pactera Edge. And Pactera Edge is an IT company, and we cater to offer a lot of IT services. And with regards to the Project Rainbow, we're involved in collecting data which can train the AI model or the AI program. I'll talk about all this later in the following slides, but just to give you a brief introduction about what I'm going to talk about. So here we go. So the agenda of this session would be talk about the global snapshot, and followed by the snapshot in India, what the overall stuttering community looks like in India. Then I'll touch upon the technology overview, followed by some key trends. So this would be the agenda for the next 20-25 minutes, followed by a brief discussion. We can have probably an interactive session. So I was hoping that we'll have an interactive session, but this being an online session, I'll walk you through the slides in the presentation. Towards the end, we can have a discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So globally, I'm guessing most of you are already aware of these facts and figures, but I just wanted to share it with you because this was a part of my research study. So according to some statistics, it seems that 70 million individuals across the world are experiencing stuttering and stammering, which translates to almost 1% of the global population. Now, we might feel that it's just 1% of the global population, but for this 1%, this stuttering or stammering is actually a 100% issue. Now, I don't want to call this a problem or speech disorder or anything like that, because it's not a problem, first of all. Let's understand that. It's just an experience which people face. Probably some people face it for a longer duration during their childhood. Some people face it maybe throughout the life, which is fine. It's not at all a problem. Let's accept the fact that it's just an experience and it's not a problem. So I just want to be mindful of that. Though you might see the word speech disorders coming now and then in the presentation, let me just clarify that it's not a disorder that I'm trying to highlight. It's just an experience. Now, with regards to experience can always change and experience can always become better. But how can experience become better? And that's what we're going to look at. And experience becoming better with the help of AI is what I'm going to talk about in the coming slides. Now, whether we look at, if you look at the overall causes for stuttering or stammering, it could be genetics, or it could be the child development, or even the family dynamics, or peer pressure right from the time we're in schools, or any other factor. But let's look at how we can overcome this and how we can make the user experience a better for every individual who is experiencing stuttering or stammering. So if you look at the Indian, the snapshot or the current scenario in India, Approximately, even like in the global level, around 1% of the Indian population is dealing with stammering. And again, it's 1% is not a significant number, but then again, for this 1%, stammering itself is a huge issue that they're dealing with. Let's be mindful of that. Now, what I wanted to bring to your attention is that approximately in India, there are around 500 speech language pathologists or pathology assistants, whereas the requirement is for around 50 million individuals. So you can easily understand that there's a huge gap between the number of assistants or trainers and the number of people who require training. So this gap is where AI can help every individual, because probably we cannot get trainers at once or overnight, but we can definitely get AI programs or applications which can help people with their stuttering and stammering problem. So that's what we'll be looking at in detail in the coming slides. And one thing to note is that one good news is that our Prime Minister has actually announced the Indian Sign Language to be a subject in the curriculum from July 2021 onwards. So that's one good news to say that things are opening up and people are actually more open and more receptive about speech therapy. So before I go deep into the technologies, I just wanted to touch upon a few key technologies that I'll be talking about every now and then, and which will be the foundation of AI, especially for speech therapy. So the first one being AI itself. So what is AI? AI is nothing but artificial intelligence. Now, why is AI so important? AI is actually more or less a buzzword. If you see, a lot of people are talking about artificial intelligence and robotics nowadays, but what exactly does it mean? And what does it mean to us, being especially from the stuttering community? So AI is nothing but it replicates, it's a program, it's a software program which replicates the human thinking. As a human being, if I'm trying to distinguish between oranges and apples, I can do that with my judgmental skills. But how is a computer going to do that? A computer can do that with the help of an AI program. So basically, an AI replicates human thinking without the human being. That's why it's called artificial intelligence. So comes the name AI. And then you have big data. Big data is nothing but, if you see, there's a lot of data collection, a lot of data being generated nowadays, be it in the form of smartphones, voice, video, or images. But a lot of this data is not segregated. So we need to segregate this data and derive it meaningful insights. And then you have NLP, which is natural language processing. Again, NLP is just a subset of AI, where NLP is a software or a program which actually understands your speech. So if I'm speaking to, let's say, Google or Google Voice or Apple Siri, how is the phone understanding my language? It's with the help of this NLP programming software. Now, why we're looking at big data, AI, and NLP is because these are the core technologies which will be involved in AI, especially for speech therapy or for stuttering and for speech recognition. So this is how AI can help. Now, overall, what you see on this slide over here is around 9 to 10 steps. But if you look at it, it starts with how AI, when I say AI, I'm talking about the AI program. So AI identifies the voice and the words which is being recorded. So if I'm saying a particular word, that will be recorded, and then the recorded data will be segregated in the form of data sets. That's what a software program will do. So the AI model basically gathers, it segregates, and it processes audio files, which can be analyzed for further insights. And based upon the information that is gathered, the AI identifies similar patterns and analyzes where there's a stutter. So if I'm trying to say a particular sentence, and if I'm stopping at the word hello 2-3 times, that means the AI model or AI program can identify at which point I'm stuttering and make note of that, and then give corrective measures to me as a user. So I get real-time feedback from the program itself, from the software. So I don't need a trainer as such. So this is how AI can help. This is just one example of how AI is helping. So AI can also help speech pathologists in training users based upon the inputs that it receives and it can give real-time recommendations to trainers, and it can even collaborate multiple trainers and users across self-help groups and communities and even online forums. So this brings everybody under one roof and in one platform. And again, this is happening with the help of AI. AI is helping people come together and actually share problems and give recommendations and insights to people who are experiencing stuttering or stammering or any sort of speech disorders. Likewise, we've seen how AI can help people who are stuttering. Now, how can AI help people who are in the training field or the pathologists? So basically, one major benefit is that AI can help in taking down notes by recognizing speech. So if there's a trainer and there are 10 students, AI can actually record the speech and analyze the speech and give it in a written format to the trainer. So the trainer does not have to write down notes, or the trainer does not have to spend time in assessing each candidate individually. So you have like a virtual assistant which is helping both the trainer and the user. And this is happening with the help of NLP and big data, which I mentioned earlier. You have data coming from multiple sources, and then the data is broken down and deciphered and segregated by a program or an algorithm, which is giving meaningful insights. And at the same time, the program can understand each and every word that people are saying and even omit the point at which people are stuttering or stammering. So that gives a clear speech output for the pathologists. So this is how AI can help overall in both the pathologists and even the students or the users. Now we'll look at a few key trends as to how AI is helping individuals at various walks of life. So one trend which I would say is actually fun is the gaming or the gamification trend. So what happens is, there are certain apps or applications which people can download for free, of course, and some of them are paid apps. We'll just look at how this app is helping people. So there are certain apps which you can download and you can interact with the help of a virtual assistant. So something like your Apple Siri or your Google Voice, you have a chatbot which will give you questions. You can talk to the app, you can talk to your mobile phone. You don't have to talk to an individual person. So how is this helpful? So this, you don't have to have the fear of being judged. Unlike some people have been talking about being judged and having apprehensions about talking in public or in front of people. Probably they don't have the confidence just because they're stuttering. So you don't have to worry about all those things. And rather, this is more of an entertaining and enticing experience because the application gives you a game which you can play wherein you are talking about a few words and you can talk sentences and you can practice your speech. And the AI or the virtual assistant will give you a feedback, instant feedback. So this is best for the preschool children, especially in the formative years, because that's the time when they're building the foundation to actually speak and learn how to speak. So if at all people are actually experiencing something to do with stuttering or speech difficulty, the gamification process will make it easy, and also it'll be a fun experience for people. So that's one major trend. The second one is self-directed. So like I mentioned, you have an application which you can download, and the app, somebody has raised a hand. Om Prakash has raised his hand. May I know, is there something that I can?
I think we can continue.
We'll continue.
Om
Okay,
Prakash,
no,
I mean, yeah, if you have anything.
we can discuss towards the end. I am open to discussion. I'm actually happy to discuss.
Yeah. I hope, I'm sure that we have.
Somebody wants to admit. Okay, fine. So fine, Om Prakash, if you have any questions, we can reserve it towards the end, and we have time to discuss.
No, sir. I say, sir, the mistakes.
Okay, no issues, it's not a problem. That's okay, totally okay. Don't worry. So we saw gamification as one of the trends. The second trend is being self-directed. So what is self-directed all about? It's about the virtual assistant giving you direction and reducing the dependency on instructors. So we've seen that in India, the current scenario is that we have very few instructors and we have a lot of number of people who require instructors or trainers. Now, to fill in that gap, you have AI over here. Now, AI can work as a virtual assistant, which will help you day in and day out. And with your speech, you can practice speech, you can take feedback, you can give your suggestions, and you can get inputs. and you don't have to depend on a real life or a physical instructor or anybody outside. And you can do it at your own convenience. You can do it at the comfort of being in your house. So you don't have to step out your house also, especially in the pandemic time, where stepping out of the house is not a safe thing to do. So this is another key trend. And then you have, one second, and then you have personalization. Personalization is nothing but we need to understand that no one size fits all, whether it's speech or whether it's anything, be it food that you take or be it clothes that you wear or whether it's a movie that you're watching. We all have our own tastes and preferences. So probably if you look at the traditional classroom or the traditional training method, you'll have a trainer and you'll have a group of students. It's very uniform and you probably cannot have a personalized approach. But with AI is giving you customized inputs and customized recommendations, tailor-made recommendations based upon your speech, based upon your difficulties, and based upon your challenges that you're facing. So you could be an employee at a workplace, like one of our friends was talking about his challenges at BSNL, or you could be a student trying to give a presentation in your classroom, or you could be probably just trying to apply for an interview at a job. So if you notice, different people have different requirements, but one trainer cannot cater to all these people at the same time. Whereas an AI program or an algorithm can give you personalized suggestions as to how you can go about at your workplace, how to face an interview, how to give a presentation in a classroom, how to talk in a public meeting, how to talk one-on-one. So that's the personalized approach that you get with AI programs. And finally, the most important trend is real-time assessment. Now you might wonder, you think that there's a program or an algorithm which is giving you inputs, but when will I get the data? You'll believe me, you will get it in real time. It's instant. You speak to a program or a virtual assistant and you get instant feedback, just as good as your trainer. So I admit somebody wants to come. Okay. So you can have real-time analysis, real-time feedback, and real-time practice. When I say real-time, it means instant feedbacks. It's just as good as talking to a self-help group or an open forum, or as good as talking to this community that I'm in right now. We have around 35 participants. So if we have a one-on-one discussion, or if you have a discussion forum, that is real-time feedback. So that real-time is something that you can get 24/7 with the help of AI algorithms. So these are the few trends that I have shortlisted, and I wanted to bring to your attention. I didn't want to keep it too technical because I understand this is more to do with how AI can help the community in general. And like Anita was saying previously, how Vipassana helps. And not only Vipassana, AI can also help in complementing Vipassana and in cognitive behavioral therapy, especially by giving inputs and suggestions and giving Vipassana-based recommendations and cognitive-based therapy recommendations to students. So that's how AI can help. And AI basically learns with every new user and with every data that is coming its way by evolving it each day. So that's something which I wanted to talk about. And last but not least, you need to understand that there are famous people in this world who have dealt with stuttering. And Hrithik Roshan, everybody knows, is a big superstar in India, and Marilyn Monroe was a superstar in the Hollywood movies. And Shaquille O'Neal is a professional basketball player. And each one of these individuals was at one point experiencing stuttering. The reason why I have mentioned these personalities is because if you notice, a majority of these people are all into public speaking, or they're exposed to public, be it an actor or be it a singer or a professional player. So we need to understand that nothing is impossible, and with a little bit of help and a little bit of collaborative guidance with self-help groups or even with AI programs, we can all overcome this experience. I'm repeating, it's not a problem. Stuttering or stammering is not a problem, and we don't have to feel bad about it. And I want to conclude this presentation by saying that we're all together, and let's work as one family and as one group. So if you have any doubts or if you have any suggestions, please feel free to reach out to me. You can get my contact details through Harish. I'd be more than happy to reach out to you and collaborate with you at any point of time. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity again. And I leave the forum open to any questions or having a one-on-one discussion.
Yeah. So, Rampa, we have a few questions in the chat. Okay. So
yes, please. Let me take a look at it.
Yeah. There are 3 questions to me. So
can you please read it out because I can't see it? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Sure. So the first question is by Harish. He's asking like many PWS from TISA are participating in project Rainbow by Pactera Edge. Could you like throw some light on how this will go on and help the stammering community, and what positive impact can it possibly have?
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. I would like to answer that with this supporting trend over here, which talks about this one, how AI can help. So let me tell you, when I talk about, let's not talk about Project Rainbow, but in general, how AI can help. Because, okay, with regards to Project Rainbow, to answer your question, who was asking the question, by the way?
It is
I'm sorry?
Harish.
Okay, Harish, to answer that question, see, what we'll do is in Project Rainbow is an AI program or an algorithm requires data, okay, in the form of, it could be audio files, video files, images, text, so on and so forth. But in this particular case, what we need is audio data. Now, if we have 10 participants giving their audio files or audio recordings, then we can train this AI program. The program can train itself based upon 10 speakers. Now, if you have 100 speakers, the AI program will be more efficient in training itself because it has 100 speakers. Now, if this program has access to 1,000 audio files from different users, just imagine how robust or how powerful the program can be just because it's got 1,000 different speech sample speeches and train itself based upon different users. With this, an AI program can train itself and give customized feedback and give more accurate recommendations to people because it's got a wider number of audio samples. Does that answer your question, Harish?
Yeah. So I was under the impression that when I talk to Siri, okay, or Alexa, it many times happens that I get a response that I'm not sure I got your question.
Right.
I thought it will help that.
Correct. Yeah. So to answer that question, correct. You are absolutely right. See, if you ask Siri a particular question, and if you're saying, supposing you're stuttering or stammering in between, probably Siri or any voice application might not be able to understand what you're saying. But for that, to overcome that problem, we have to train the AI algorithm or the program in such a way that it can understand what you're saying. Now, how will the training happen? The training can happen by giving the program multiple data files. The more number of data files or audio files that you give, the better will be the output. So that's how the training helps, training the AI program or the training the software.
Hi, Kalyan. I have a couple of questions here.
Yeah, who is this, if I may ask?
Vivek Singh.
Vivek Singh, please go on.
Yeah. So I have couple of questions here.
Yeah.
One as a consumer and other one as a vendor. I mean, like I one question has a technical aspect and the other question has a consumer aspect.
Sure. Yeah.
So
please go on.
So the consumer aspect is as I understand your AI application is something like a middleware and integration software which communicates with us, say Citrus collects data from us and it helps the other party who is consuming your services, say a speech therapist or an application, say like a Samurai or a DF application. It can be anything. Okay. So first question is, your application needs our inputs, right? I mean, the main intention is getting as much data as possible from us, so that it will have enough data sets on which it can operate, identify patterns and segregate it. This is the AI aspect. So your intention of coming here is, I mean, like encouraging us to participate in your research. Is that correct?
Yes.
First aspect. Okay. And the second aspect is, how does your AI segregate our speech pattern into data sets, so that it can help, say, a third party, like a speech language pathologist or an application like a Samurai, or you are also thinking of creating an application on top of your big data, whatever you will have, so that it can help the stuttering community.
Right. Yes. So thanks, Vivek, for the question. So with regards to the technical question, let me tell you, we are, I'm not sure about the details of the project to be deployed, but as a company, what we majorly do is we are majorly involved in data collection part of it. So either we partner with another company which is involved in developing such applications, and we do the data collection part. So we have a lot of group of freelance engineers and data annotation project resources who can actually collect and segregate data, and we train the AI model with the help of this data collected. So we have a lot of freelancers on our platform who do the collection part. So the data collection is done from our side. It could be images or audio or video, and then we collaborate with the partner, the other company if required. So I'm not sure of the details of the Rainbow project, but generally, as a company, this is what we have been doing in the past. So to answer your question, suppose something like Samurai, that is what Samurai is majorly doing. So it might not be the case that one company alone does this thing. It could partner with another company. You have like a vendor collecting data, segregating data, because you have a lot of data coming in. Probably it'll be in gigabytes or terabytes. Now segregating this within the stipulated time, and then organizing it, and then giving meaningful insights, and then it has to train the required algorithm or the program, the AI program. So that part is involved. So I wouldn't say it's 100% effort from our side, but yes, it's a collaborative effort. And end of the day, it is to improve the user experience in the entire stuttering community. Now, I'm not talking only about India alone. It could be the global market also, because stuttering is a global, universal problem. Let's not confine it to one country, and let's look at it as a universal problem. But yes, to answer your question, this is the flow. Now, the reason I have not talked about companies is that I wanted to keep it more educational, this particular presentation. And that's why I didn't want to talk about any particular company. And that's the reason, if you see my slides, I have not mentioned any company name or application name. It's just an educational purpose. So that's a answer, Vivek. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the question. Any other question?
Yeah, actually, we have many questions in the chat. Actually,
okay, but, that's nice.
Yeah, so we can just take 2 more questions. That's it. Then
yeah. You please select which question you want me to answer. I'm happy to answer. Yeah. Otherwise, you can always drop an email to me.
Yeah. So there is so that someone is asking, how much time will it take to develop an AI model, and is it already in the development process?
Okay, so how much time honestly, I cannot answer exactly how much time because first of all, I'm not the technical engineer. I come from the research background. So my job is to do research and give insights to the technical teams. But based upon my experience, if it's an agile deployment, it takes from a couple of weeks. And if it's a little more than probably it'll take a couple of months. But that being said, to answer the question, maybe I can say it's a couple of weeks to a couple of months. But again, I cannot give you a definite answer as to, because there are other factors involved in this as to what is the requirement and how many users are there. So there are other factors also to this.
Okay, so there is another question by Rohil that in future can there be a possibility that with the help of AI our speech can be automatically augmented internally, like with the help of biotechnology? Can there be can this be implemented implanted in our body?
Okay, I don't want to comment on that, but I would want to give a personal view on that. So to answer the question, probably yes, that is something that we can expect, but not anytime soon. But yeah, definitely that is one of the possible scenarios. Making, end of the day, it's about making the user more comfortable in talking and improving the user experience. So if it's a yes or no answer, I would say yes. But again, that's a personal answer. But do I have facts and figures to support my statement to say, yes, it's going to happen anytime at so-and-so time? I don't have that data to actually say, yes, it's going to happen in so-and-so time. But yes, that's definitely a definitely a possibility, given the requirement and given the technological advancements that we have in AI.
Okay.
Is there any other question? I know I'm running out of time, but I would love to interact with all of you.
So there's a question by Afzal Khan that how we get AI program and app which is absolutely free of cost, or like a very costly app something.
Okay, see, there are a few apps which are available for free, but then again, if you want to, but the problem with free apps is that they have limited features. So you can probably Google them. You'll get a number of apps which will give you a basic access and basic features. But again, if you want to go in for additional features, you'll have to pay and give a subscription fee. You can subscribe on their platforms, and you can Google them. You'll find the information on that. But if you want, you can start with a free app, see how it's working, and accordingly you can go in for a subscription if you feel it's helping you.
Okay, and one more last question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so this question is by Siddharth Suman. He asked, every stammerers have different way and unique way of stammering. So how will we use these data of stammerers and you can make a model which will help every PWS?
Right. So that's the point where I was talking about gathering. There's a lot of difference between gathering audio files from 10 people against collecting audio files from 100 people or 100,000 people. So when I have audio files from 1,000 people, I can have a large number of data sets, which will allow my program to train itself based upon the user profiles. So if I have 100 people with 100 different personalities and 100 different experiences with speech, my program would be more robust. So with the help of this and with the help of NLP, I can train my program in this manner.
Okay. Okay. Kalyan, means it will be great, if you can share your email ID to us. Maybe people might have some questions, or Abhinav can, or you can share it to Abhinav.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. I believe Harish already has my email ID and phone number, so please feel free to reach out to me at any point of time, and I'm happy to collaborate with you guys.
Okay, thank you so much.
So once again, thank you so much.
Contact. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harish. So thanks again for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, TISA, for giving me the opportunity to spend some time and know all of you. It was nice to hear about Vipassana and all those experiences which people are sharing. But yeah, I believe I exceeded my time, so my apologies for that.
No problem. It was very informative, very insightful.
Thank you so much, Harish. Thank you so much. Look forward to hearing from you again.
Same here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, Nikhil. Over to you.
Yeah. Yes. So, so we are going to have the next speaker. Is
Okay. Let me introduce.
Agostinho. Yeah.
Okay. So thanks, Nikhil. The next session, we are going to have a very inspirational speaker. He is a man who has dreams and who never let his adversities or disabilities stop him from what he wanted to do. At a very early age, during his childhood, he realized, he came to know the harsh reality that he will not be able to walk and probably spend the rest of his life on a wheelchair. But he told his mother that he doesn't want to live his life on a wheelchair. So he said that if I cannot walk uh, with my legs, I will start walking with my hands. And this person started walking with his hands, and he went on to complete his studies. He did his engineering, but pursued his passion, which was music. He went on to become a singer, a composer, and also a music instructor. He started teaching music to children, and now he is an independent music instructor and living his life, enjoying his life, and he dreams of having his own studio. Please help me welcome Agostinho. He's from Goa, and he's with us today. Before we call him, let us play a small video about him. Anita?
कशे मन तुझे ल्हान ल्हान चिंतना मनान दूख दवरूं काय काळजान खुशाल जावन जगचे जगान उकोल पावला वेळ आसतना उपरांत रडोन फायदो ना काळोख आसल्यार वाट दिसना Costa viene for Verona. Yeah, mare.
म्हाका फुडें सरपाक जाय म्हाका जाय तें करपाक जाय
तेन्नाच्यान ताणें व्हीलचॅराक पोत्तून
Thanks, Anita. Can we have Agostinho on camera and audio, please? Agostinho, if you can just join the audio. Okay, I think he's having some technical issues. What we can do is, Anita, if you can just play the short film, start playing it in the meanwhile. So I'll just give a brief. So so we have a short film, Konkani short films, which is based on Agostino's life story. So it's a short 20 minutes film. So we'll start watching it till the time I help Agostino connect to the audio. Let me share the link to the. Yes, I have shared the link, Anita. You can start playing the this. So enjoy this short film. It's very inspirational, and in the meanwhile, I'll help Agostino.
Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see the screen, but I think audio. Yeah.
तुझे डोळे उघडू शकता. आई असोच एक बूक माझ्या लायफान आयलो आणि म्हाका म्हजी वळख करून दिली and that made all the difference. That book changed my life. Think positive. Think positive. अरे कान किती आले. शे लेका Pardbudili bike. Change your life? Khata. Think positive. Kar think positive. Aning kar. Think positive. किती झालंय? काय ना बाईक बंद पडल्या. किती झालंय का? पेट्रोल संपलंय ना. म्हाका इंजिनान कितें प्रॉब्लेम दिसता. शी बाबा ओय तुका लिफ्ट दिवं? अरे यो रे दीसभर हांगाच उरतलो. बस काय असा मेकॅनिकाक हाडून दाखय. चल यो यो
खंय देंवतलो रे तूं?
जाय थंय देंवय.
शेतान देंवता? ओके ओके, कूल डावन कूल डावन. अरे पूण तुला रागार कित्याक रे पुस्तकाचेर?
No, I'm sorry. You don't have any experience, sir. But I'm eligible. No way.
Hey!
Think positive. 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 अरे
रे तुका हांव दाखयता दुनियेचे नवे रस्ते. केन्ना दूख मेळचेना, केन्नाच रडचना, सदांच मोगान भोंवतलो रे. सदां खुशाल आसपा जाय, कितेंय जावं. नेगेटिव्ह चिंतून कितें फायदो? नेगेटिव्ह चिंतून कितें मेळटा? सदां पॉझिटिव्ह रावपा जाय. पॉझिटिव्ह चिंतूनच लायफ बरें जाता. नेगेटिव्ह चिंतून कितें मेळटा? पॉझिटिव्ह चिंत मरे. फक्त पॉझिटिव्ह बूक वाचून फायदो ना.
You're the winner. You can do it. Yes, you are the winner. Yes, you are the winner. Yes, you are the winner. You can do it. Yes, you can do it. Yes.
रागार कित्याक? पराठा काय बरं झाल्या, खाऊन तरी पळय. तू बोवाळ कित्याक होतो? Shut up! I say shut up! लायफान सदांच खुशाल काय आसपा जाय. कितें मेळटा चितून? यू शूड थिंक ऑलवेज पॉझिटिव्ह. पॉझिटिव्ह चितूनच मनीस वयर सरता.
तू कितें जाणा दुख आनी त्रास कितें आसता ते? तू बेकार आसा म्हणून केन्ना तुझ्या गर्लफ्रेंड तुका सोडून गेला? तुझ्या घरान तुका लागून केन्ना झगडो जाता? तुझ्या अकाउंटातलो बॅलन्स केन्ना झिरो जाला? तुका केन्ना वर्सभर काम मेळूंक ना?
चोय हांव हेच म्हणपा सोदता.
म्हाका खबर आसा तू कितें सांगूंक सोदता ते. हेच की हांवें खोशी रावचें. हे बूक सांगता थिंक पॉझिटिव्ह. केलें थिंक पॉझिटिव्ह. कितें जालें? सगळें पाड जायत गेलें. You know how many such books I have at my place? I can build a library with them. सांगता. What do you know about suffering? तुझ्याकडे गाडी, पैसो, नोकरी सगळे असा. Simply because giving lift, you think you have a right to give me a lecture?
नाही बा इंग्लिश मध्ये. हो आणि कोण रे? की झालं रे?
देवपाक कळना झाडार कित्याक सोडलो?
पिसो. पिशेपणा करपीच फुडें सरता. कम लेट्स हेल्प देम. यो यो रे मजा येतली. तू कित दिसता? पकडले बा मेळटले तेका? ए रडनाका येता हांव. हा तो आपल्या हाकून देवपा ना. गाडी घालुया सकल. आता देव मरे. देव मरे. देव मरे. तुझे नाव कितें रे?
स्वप्नील.
तू किती स्वप्न येता स्वप्नील?
तुम्ही गाडी कशी चलयता?
हांवें म्हजे खातीर सगळी मॉडिफायड करून घेतल्या. अचोय गियर, अचोय ब्रेक, सगळे सेटींग आसा.
पूण तुम्ही त्या झाडार कशे चडले?
हांव सगळ्या झाडार चडटा. घराचेर वयर चडटा. स्विमींग करता. म्हजी कार हांवूच रिपेर करता. तुजे भाशेन जस्ट लायक यू.
पूण तुमकां वायट दिसना? दुसऱ्या भशेन तुमकां पायना ते?
तुका वायट दिसना कावळ्याक पाकटे आसा आनी तुका ना म्हणून? स्वप्नील सगळ्याक सारखें कितें मेळना रे. पूण मनशाक जाय जाल्यार कितेंय करपाक शकता.
तू सामको नशिबान. पूण तुका खबर ना लोक बेकार मनशाक कसल्या नदरेन पळयता ते. पयलीं म्हाका कांयच काम मेळना. वयल्यान भावाचेर चड जाला आनी लोकांचें आयकुचें पडटा. कितें जालें?
राव राव. लोकांमुखार हीच म्हजी लायकी. जरी हांवें अशें मानून घेतले जाल्यार आयज हांव भिके बसता आसलो. पूण हांवें लोकांचें आयकून अशें करूंक ना. हांव स्वता कोण तो लोकांक दाखयला. स्वता झडटा, स्वताच्या पांयार उबो आसा. असं रे.
यो दाखयत तुका.
विषय कशें मन तुजे ल्हान ल्हान चिंतना मनान दूख दवरूं नाकाय काळजान खुशाल जावन जगचें जगान उकोल पावला वेळ आसतना उपरांत रडोन फायदो ना काळोख आसल्यार वाट दिसना कश्टां विणे फळ मेळोना जाणटो हातून फरक ना मनांतलो दुबाव पयस तुको चिंत तुज्या मनान दाखय ह्या संवसारान तूंच उजवाड तुजे जिवितान जिवितान.
वंडरफूल सॉंग. सॉलिड मरे गायता. सामको प्रोफेशनल भशेन.
गाडवा हांव प्रोफेशनलूच. हेच म्हजें काम.
खरेंच?
हय तर. आय प्ले म्युजीक, आय कंपोज म्युजीक. हांव घराघरांनी वचून म्युजीक शिकयता. हेच म्हजें पॅशन एंड आय लव टू डू दीस.
तुका भांडवळ खूब लागला आसतलें न्हू रे? आनी तुका लुकसानाचे भिरांत नासले?
अरे पयलें इल्लें इल्लें करून सुरवात केली आनी मनांतल्यान केल्यार देव सुद्दां आदार करता. आनी म्हजें बरें मागपी जायते लोक म्हाका पावले. हेचय म्हजे आल्बम्स.
सॉलिड मरे. तुजी लायफ सेटल्ड.
आय हॅव बिगर प्लॅन्स.
बिगर आनी कितें?
माय ओन म्युजीक स्टुडिओ.
स्टुडिओ?
हय म्हजो स्टुडिओ. म्हजो स्टुडिओ विथ अ बीग 24 ट्रॅकाचो मिक्सर आनी तेचय 43 इंचाचो प्लाझ्मा टीव्ही आनी फुडें येदो व्हडलो विंडो स्क्रीन आनी त्या सायडीन सावंड प्रूफ रिकॉर्डिंग रूम.
बेस्ट मरे.
I will tell my singers to sing and record my song. Carpeted, fully AC. म्हजो स्टुडिओ.
वाव अगस्तीन. बेस्ट मरे.
थँक यू. तुका भुकेल ना? मान जेवण रांदलें जाल्यार चयता. ओ माय ताकती नासली दिसता. फक्त कालचें शीत आसा आनी कांय ना. आमी जेवपाक भायर या.
हे नाका. हांव कितें करता मरे?
तूं रांदूंक जाणा?
हय रे.
हेचोय किचन. हांव येता न्हांवन.
हां.
स्वप्नील वास बरो येता मरे. वाव, जेवण बरें आसा. मिक्स फ्रायड रायस विथ तिसऱ्यो वॉज टू गुड. कसले डिश म्हणटात रे हेका?
हांवें बेश्टे केल्ले फडफडा फ्रायड रायस.
फडफडा फ्रायड रायस बरें आसा. पोट भरलें.
बाबा आयलो तूं? म्हाका मातसो वगत जालो.
तशें कांय ना, जेवण जालें आमगेलें. स्वप्निलान केल्लें बरें आशिल्लें. तूं केल्लें दवरलां. फडफडा फ्रायड रायस. हेचे कडेन उलय, म्हाका मातसो कॉल येयला. कॉल.
कॉल? पूण तुजो मोबायल हांगाच आसा.
तें न्हय रे, नेचर कॉल.
शी बाबा, हो केन्नाच सुदरचो ना.
आंटी, तुमचो चलो बरो टॅलंटेड. नशीब तेजे जी तुमच्या सारकी आवय ताका मेळ्ळी, जिणें ताची तोखणाय केली आनी ताका आदरूय दिलो.
हय, नशीब. तूं जाणा, तो 1 वर्साचो आशिल्लो तेन्ना ताका पोलियो जालो. आमच्या घराचो पयलो चेडो तो. ताका पळोवन आमची काडीच खूब रडटाली. आदारा शिवाय ताका हालूंक मेळूं नाशिल्लें. अशें दिसलें आखें जिवीत तो व्हीलचॅराचेरूच काडटलो. पूण ताणें म्हाका अशें म्हटलें,
माय हे व्हीलचॅर म्हाका बांदून दवरता. म्हाका अशें जगपाचें ना माय. म्हाका फुडें सरपाक जाय. म्हाका जाय तेंच करपाक जाय.
तेन्नाच्यान ताणें व्हीलचॅराक पोत्तून पळोवंक ना. तो शिकोवंक जेन्ना वतालो तेन्ना खुबश्यो भासी ताका घेनासल्यो. ताचे दोनूय हात लोकांचे पांय पोंदाक चिड्डताले. तरी पूण दिसाक 4 भासो चेंज करून तो पानाजी वतालो. खूब कश्ट करून तो इंजिनियरींग शिकलो. पूण ताका म्युजिकाची चड आवड आसली. म्युजिकांतूच ताका खरी खोशी मेवली आनी ह्या फिल्डान तो बरो वयर चल्लो. ताणें खूब कश्ट केले. तुडू घरा हाडले. पोन्नें घर ताणें नवें केलें. घरान सगळें काम करता तो. आमची काळजी घेता तो. एका चेड्याची सगळी जबाबदारी निमयता. नशीब आमचें. देवान आमकां इतलो बरो पूत दिला.
माय, मुगे टावल खंय आसा?
यू आर ट्रुली ग्रेट.
ते मरे आसा रे. म्हाका हात तरी धुवन दी मरे. जोक रे.
शी, हो केन्नाच सुदरपाचो ना.
हांव वता आतां. हरशीं म्हणून म्हाका खूब उशीर जाला.
राव, हांव गाडयेची चावी हाडटा.
ताजी कांयच गरज ना अगोस्तीन. आतां म्हाका म्हजी वाट कळ्ळी.
आर यू श्युअर?
सामको श्युअर.
म्हाका फेवर करता?
तुज्या खातीर जाय तें सांग.
म्हाका 1000 जावपा चड सोदता? ए स्वप्नील, खरेंच स्वप्नील, खरेंच रे. आयक रे, आय एम सिरियस.
ह्या खऱ्या बुकाक मेळून म्हाका एक गजाल कळ्ळी. कितें हाका आसूं जर तुका तुजें ध्येय खबर आसा जाल्यार ती वाट खुशालकायेची आसतली.
सर, फडफडा
सर तुमका आनी कितें जाय
नाका नाका कांयच नाका
हे
क्या लेंगे आप
फडफडा फ्राय राईस
Yeah, thanks, Anita. So that was a wonderful and inspirational film. So can we have the real Agostinho? I mean, he was playing himself in the movie, and he is with us right now. Hi, Agostinho. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. A very warm welcome to you from everyone here in TISA. And
Thank you.
that was really inspirational to see your story and the way you have really gone beyond your disabilities.
Yes.
So how did you? I mean, in the childhood, when you realized that you will have to spend rest of your life on wheelchair, what was going on in your mind?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Agostino, are you comfortable in English or you want to speak in Konkani?
Taking Konkani only.
Okay. So, तुका कशें आसलें जेन्ना तुका ल्हानपणाक कळ्ळें की तुका rest of your life will be on wheelchair. तुका कशें आसलें? मनाक कितें आशिल्लें?
म्हणल्यार व्हीलचॅराचेर आसलो
आसतेरना.
ना तुजे क्वेश्चन समजना म्हाका.
So, तेन्ना तूं ल्हान आशिल्लो पळय न्ही आनी
हय.
तुका समजलें की तुका व्हीलचॅराचेर रावपाक पडटलें तेन्ना
हय.
तुजे मनाक कितें आयलें?
म्हज्या मनान म्हाका अशें दिसलें की म्हाका व्हीलचॅराचेर रावपा नाका आनी हांवें कितें तरी स्टेप घेवचो अशें म्हज्या मनान जातालें पूण म्हाका बॅक सपोर्ट कोण नासलो तरी पूण हांवें ट्राय केली म्हणल्यार आमच्या विलेजींतल्यान भायर सरपाक तेन्ना हांव जेन्ना भायर सरलो तेन्ना म्हाका जायते फ्रेंड मेळ्ळे आनी जायते वळख जाली आनी जायते हांवें थोडे म्हज्या लायफान सक्सेसूय करून दाखयले.
Okay. So what he's saying is that in his childhood, he never wanted to be on the wheelchair, but initially he did not get the correct support system. But still, he went on to go out of his comfort zone, out of his village, where he met the right people, and then with the help of others and with his help of his family members, he was able to achieve his dreams. So Augustine, तुका ल्हान आसतना अशें कोणी स्कुलान बी फकाणां मारताले?
ना म्हजे इस्कॉलान कोण इतले फकाणां मारनासले पूण सगळे भुरगे म्हाका असो हेल्प करताले सगळे वाटेन शिकपा वाटेन आनी कितें म्हणल्यार कितें आमी कितें एक्टिविटीज करता तितून ते हेल्प करताले.
Okay. So Agostino is telling us that during his childhood, he never faced any discrimination or isolation. Nobody made fun of him. In fact, people were very helpful to him or his classmates. So Agostino, तुवें exactly केन्ना decide केलें की तूं हे you are going to see beyond your disability आणि rise above it.
समजलं ना क्वेश्चन.
So तुवें केन्ना decide केलें की तुगे disability पळय आहा न्ही ताजे भायर तूं वचून तुका जाय ते ड्रीम तूं अचीव करतलो आनी तुगे ड्रीम म्युजीक म्हूण तुका तो केन्ना कळ्ळें?
जेन्ना हांव फर्स्ट स्टँडर्ड आनी सेकंड स्टँडर्ड शिकलो आनी मागीर थर्ड स्टँडर्ड हांवें इस्कॉल बंद केल्लें. 1 वर्सभर हांव घरा उरलो. तेन्ना म्हाका दिसपाक लागलें भुरगीं इस्कॉलाक वयता आनी हांव घरा कडेन बसून रावतां. सो म्हाका दिसलें हांव कितें तरी करतलों. अशें म्हणून दिसलें म्हाका आनी हांव असोच जे भाशेन हांव चलतां हातांनी तेच भाशेन हांव चलोन इस्कॉलाक वयतलो आनी म्हजें इस्कॉल कंप्लीट करतलों आनी फुडें कितें तरी करतलों अशें हांवें चिंतलें. So by the grace of God, I've got a wheelchair within a month, and then I started going to school, and then I completed my school.
Okay. So what he was saying was that at a very young age, he had to drop out of school in third standard. So he was out of school for at least 1 year, and in that 1 year's time, he was feeling very bad that he was confined to be at home while others were going home, and he was not feeling comfortable with that at all. So he decided to continue his schooling, and that's how he restarted his schooling and also decided to pursue uh, music. So तुवें म्युझिक केन्ना शिकपाक स्टार्ट केलें?
हांवें म्हजें म्युजीक स्टार्ट केलें म्हाका पयलींच्यान इच्छा आसलेली पूण म्हाका कोण सपोर्ट नासलेलो. तरी पूण हांवें म्हज्या एक फ्रेंडाक लॅटर केलें तो तेन्ना भायर आसलेलो. म्हाका अशें आसा. मागीर तेणें म्हाका एक 3000 धाडले. एक तूं कीबोर्ड घे आनी शीक म्हणून. मागीर तेणें 3000 आनी म्हाका जे पेन्शन जे 100 रुपीज तेन्ना कितें मेळटाले ते घालून हांवें एक कीबोर्ड घेतलो आनी कीबोर्ड घेवन हांवें स्टार्ट केलें. घरा कडेन एक 4 क्लासी कोण तरी म्हाका दाखयल्यो. 4च आनी तेज्या वयर कोणें दाखोवना. आनी मागीर तें जेन्ना हांव कॉलेजी एंटर जाला त्या वर्सा सो 4 क्लास दाखोवन हांवें मागीर म्हजें उरलेलें म्युजीक हांव म्हजें ओनूच शिकलो आनी आयज सगळ्यान दुसऱ्याल्या पळोवन आनी थोडी हेजी इंटरनेटाचेर बीन पळोवन नॉलेज घेवन आतां आयज हांवें शिकोवपा लागलो.
Wonderful. So Agostinho is telling us that when he was in college, he wanted to start learning keyboard and music, but he did not have enough money to buy a keyboard. So he wrote to his friend who was working abroad. He sent him some money, and with that money, he also put his some savings and bought a keyboard. And he also started learning it. So he found a person who only taught him basics, just 4 lessons of basic music, and also after that he started learning on his own, and whatever he knows today, he has actually learned on his own. So that's a really wonderful and commendable achievement, Agostinho.
Thank you.
So Agostinho, तुका कशें दिसलें जेन्ना तुजेर एक फिल्म बेस्ड करपाची एक आयडिया आयली? How did you feel when somebody came to you and said that we are going to make a short film on your life? तो कशें दिसलें?
म्हाका चड एकदम बरें दिसलें. very proud that the film is coming on my life and the people will see it. आनी अशें आनीकय दिसता म्हाका हें तरी धाकटेशें फिल्म येयलां पूण म्हाका अशें आजून पासून दिसता तेची म्हजी फूल लायफ स्टोरी फ्रॉम द बिगिनींग टू टील टुडे वॉट आय एम डुयींग तें एक फिल्म येवचें आनी तें एक एटलिस्ट 2-3 वरांचें फिल्म जावचें अशें म्हाका दिसतालें आनी तें सगळ्याक पब्लीश जावचें अशें दिसतालें म्हाका.
Okay. So Agostinho is telling us that he was extremely delighted at the idea of a short film based on his life, and
because
yeah.
some of things are missing on that, so that also should add in that. So in future,
Okay.
what's going to come?
Okay. So he also thinks that a full-fledged 3 hour film has to be done based on his entire life story, which will cover his entire story, so that more people are uh, inspired. So if like there are any filmmakers or aspiring filmmakers in the audience, please take a note. Okay. So जेन्ना तुका फर्स्ट टाइम तुवें तो मुवी पळयलो पब्लिकली ऑन स्क्रीन, तुज्या मनाक कितें आशिल्लें? म्हळ्यार हाऊ डीड यू फील when you saw that film screen publicly for the first time?
म्हाका एकदम बरें दिसलें की ते फिल्म पळयतरी, पूण सांगपाचें म्हणल्यार ती जेन्ना म्हजेरीच मुवी केल्या, पूण ती म्हाका स्टोरी समजना. ती एक 2-3 फावट पयली म्हणटकीर म्हाका मागीर कळ्ळें अशी तेणी बसयला म्हण ती. कित्याक जे भाशेन म्हजें लायफ म्हाका आमी सॅक्रिफायस केल्या, मोर देन दॅट वॉट ही हॅज शोन इन दॅट मुवी, अशें म्हाका मातशें घुस्पल्ले भाशेन जालो. आनी मागीर तें म्हाका सजमोकूच ना. मागीर थोड्या तेंपान तें सजमलें. आनी हें फिल्म म्हाका दिसता म्हाज्या बाबान, व्हडल्या बाबान म्हाका दिसता ऑलमोस्ट 1000 टायम पयलां आसतलें. एवरी डे एंड एवरी आवर म्हणटा तशें करून तो पळयत रावतालो तें फिल्म.
Very nice, very nice. So Agostinho is telling us that when he saw the movie for the first time, he was very happy. But even though it was based on his own life, he was not able to understand it properly because of the way it was portrayed. So he had to watch it 3 or 4 times. So after that, he understood it, that what it was trying to portray. And also he was sharing that his your father, right, or your elder brother?
My son.
Oh, your
My
son.
small
Okay. Your elder
eldest
son.
son.
Okay. His elder son has seen this film at least 1000 times, and he wants to see this film every hour. Wonderful. So what's your son's name?
Prince.
Okay, a big hi to Prince from all of us.
Right now Prince is not there here.
No problem. We can convey on our behalf.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next thing of what we would like to know is how did your life change after this short film? तुगेले life कशें change जालें हो short film येतकीर?
मागीर म्हाका दिसलें म्हाका कितें तरी एक व्हॅल्यू कसो आसा मिनींग इन दीस वर्ल्ड, सम व्हॅल्यू इज देर फॉर मी. तेका लागून म्हाका दिसलें आनी कितें तरी हांवें करचें आनी जाता तितलें चड लोकांक दाखोवचें बरें करून. आनी लोकांक एक एग्जाम्पल कशें एटलिस्ट एक हांव म्हजें व्हडपण कशें सांगना, पूण एक सांगपाक सोदतां की जेन्ना हांव हातांनी चलोन थोडे नॉर्मल अशे भोंवन पासून तेंच्यांनी कांय करपाक सोदना, जायना ना, सगळ्या कडेन जाता, पूण ते तरी पूण कांय करपाक सोदना. तेंकां एक कितें म्हजें एग्जाम्पल घेवन तेणी कितें करचें अशें म्हाका दिसता इन फ्युचर. जेन्ना खूंय वयता कोणें पळयलो तेणें एक एग्जाम्पल घेवचें आनी आपलें आपूण कितें तरी करतलो एक चॅलेंज ताणें आपलेच भितर दवरचें अशें दिसता म्हाका.
Okay. So Agostinho is telling us that his life has really changed after this film, and he is very happy. He was motivated to do more. He realized that his worth is like much more, and he can inspire a lot. And he is feeling proud that if that he is able to inspire a lot many people to see beyond their disability. Okay, Agostino. So आता तुका खबर आहा की हे कॉन्फरन्स आहा ते are people who stammer. तुवें कोणाक पळयला?
Yeah.
Have you seen people who stammer?
असा पहिला जायते जाणा असा. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल माय one of the students is stammering. पण आता ताका जायते सांगतालो मातशें तुवें प्रॅक्टीस कर कितें चेंज जाता जाल्यार पळोवया म्हणून.
Okay. So तुका like
even no example, one example stammering is that one Dr. Varun Carvalho. He's a musician.
Right.
You know him. He
Yes,
was
he-
he was badly stammering and that time. Now after singing the at least I think as per he told us, I think 70% is gone. Now his speech coming little bit better. तो सांगपाक लागलो म्हाका आपल्याचें जे चड येतालें. आतां ते सिंगींग करून करून तेची तें हें जालां म्हणून चेंज जालां म्हणून सांगपाक लागलो. कित्याक तेन्ना तेका टिचरी पासून कोण लागीं घेयनासल्यो. सो म्हणटा हेजेर म्हाका कळ्ळें की तरी चेंजीस जावपाक शकता इफ यू ट्राय.
right.
अशें
Correct.
हय.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So he saw that he is talking about Varun Carvalho, who is also a singer, a celebrity singer in Goa, and who attended our sixth national conference, which was held in Goa. Agostinho, Ange conference Goa जाल्ले in 2016. So तेन्ना तो आयिल्लो आणि he also addressed us. So I think many people will already know him. So what he is saying is that Agostinho is that after seeing Varun Carvalho, he feels that it's not a big problem, and the more he sings, after based on his performances, he was also able to rise above stammering.
Yes.
Okay, Agostinho. So many of us consider stammering also as a disability for many of us. Okay. आमकां खूब जाणां दिसता की stammering is like a disability. So तुका what does overcoming a disability mean to you? तुका like तुजे अर्थान कितें? How to overcome a disability?
म्हणल्यार आमी केन्ना म्हणल्यार हें सजमची न्हू कितें आमी डिजेबल्ड अशें म्हणून आमी केन्ना तें मनाकूच धरचें न्हू. जेन्ना आमी तें चिंतले जाल्यार आमी इन द फर्दर स्टेप वी कॅनॉट टेक इट. So that step, if we want to make a successful, then we must not think any negative thing like negative like a disability or whatever. So ते आमच्या मनांतल्यान भायर उडोवपाचें आनी आमचें काम करीत रावपाचें. सो तेन्ना कोणूच म्हणचो ना हो डिजेबल्ड अशें. कित्याक आमकां पयलें दिसपाक जाय वी आर नॉट अ डिजेबल्ड, वी आर परफेक्ट. But when the people are seeing that time, that is their problem.
Right. So
but
what
we are
Agostinho
thinking
is
we are
saying,
number
right.
because we also can do
Correct.
anything.
So the problem lies in us. What Agostinho is saying is that for him it means like we should first of all stop thinking that we are disabled. The moment we stop thinking, because when we think that we are disabled, then everything is blocked. So the moment we think that we are not disabled, we are perfect, we can do anything, we can do anything. Right, Agustin?
Many a time I'm just thinking that I am not a disabled, but the person who is not doing his hard work and all, they are disabled. I feel like that, but that is I should not expose that, or I should not tell that. Only I'm thinking sometimes because they are back like. So ताका लागून म्हाका दिसता.
Okay. Yes. Very true. एक question आला आमकां from the audience. There is one question from the audience. Anita Singh ती म्हणटा की आत्तां आमी फिल्म पळयलें, तातून at the end of the film तूं म्हणटा की I want to get I want a life partner. आणि now you told us that you are already married. So so the people want to know how you found your life partner.
जायते डिफिकल्ट येता आमच्या मोस्टली जेन्ना we are thinking about the married and all, it is very difficult for us like कित्याक वी आर डिजेबल्ड. सो डिजेबल्डांक एक कोण तरी नॉर्मल मनीस मेळपाक मातशें डिफिकल्ट जाता. सो तरी पूण इट्स अ प्लॅन ऑफ गॉड. आनी देवाचो प्लॅन आसल्यारूच पुरो ना, बट तुवें तितून कितें तरी एफर्ट घालपाक जाय टू अचीव दॅट. सो अशें हे भाशेन हांवें कितें तरी जायते हार्ड वर्क केलें आनी फायनली एज अ फेसबूक फ्रेंड म्हणून ते म्हाका उलयलें जायतें जालें, तरी पूण तें म्हाका जेन्ना हांव चलता तेन्ना मातशें वयर सकयल जालें. But still, she accepted me, and then we got married, and now I had 2 sons.
Very nice, very nice. So, just to translate for the audience, he was saying is that marriage was
Because
not easy. Yeah.
because she saw my character and all, then she accepted me.
Very nice. So what he was saying was that marriage was not easy for him also. It had its own challenges, and for any person with disabilities, getting married could be a challenge. But in case of him, what happened was with all his hard work, his dedication, and all, and when he got noticed, uh, he got someone who really admired him for what he was and what his achievement was, his character, and his now wife. She got connected to him on Facebook. She sent him a Facebook friend request. They got connected on Facebook, and then this is how they met. They got connected and they got married. And he's saying that she saw him as a person, as a character beyond his disabilities. Very nice, Agostinho. That was a wonderful listening to you.
Thank you.
We have another question from the audience. Anek question I have from the audience. How does people in film world look at stammering? Film world. So I think you're not from film world, but you're from music world. So
yes.
Musican stammering लोक कशे पळयतात?
म्हणल्यार एक लोकांगे हांवें नोटीस केल्ले भाशेन लोक तितलो हें घेवन बसना एज अ स्टॅमरिंग इज अ डिजेबिलिटी म्हूण कोणूच हांवें भोंवला ते भाशेन कोण म्हणना अशें इज अ नॉर्मल अशें जायते जाणां हें केलां. पूण हांवें कोणाचें आयकना तो डिजेबल्ड अशें म्हणटा ते आमचे हितून जेन्ना हांव इतलो भोंवला. जेन्ना हांवें फर्स्ट टायम असो ग्रूप बीन पळयला तेन्ना म्हाका कळ्ळें इट इज लायक इट कम्स ऑन वन कॅटेगरी दॅट इज डिजेबिलिटी दॅट इज अ स्टॅमरिंग हें अशें दिसलें म्हाका. पूण पयलीं हांवें केन्ना हें करूं ना, पूण तेजें एक नॉर्मल स्पीच तो करता अशें दिसतालें म्हाका.
So that's a very I mean enlightening for us. So what he's saying is that people, for most of the people, it doesn't matter. They consider us as normal. They consider as they didn't consider stammering as a disability. Only when he came to know about TISA, he realized that it was a problem, or it is something that can be considered as a disability. But before that, he never saw stammering. He or his colleagues never saw stammering as a disability. They always considered people who stammer as normal people. So that's a very striking point which you have made, Agostinho, because it was actually a good thing to learn about this, that people consider as normal, because many of times when we talk about us, right, ourselves, we say that stammerers and normal people, stammerers and normal people. So that was really enlightening. Okay.
Any normal person also, any normal person also, there is a defect each and every person, but it is a hidden thing. we don't know.
Right.
That we should not think only तेका कसलो डिफेक्ट आहा हें कसलें आहा तें आमी चिंतपाचेंच न्हू पूण पयलीं सद्या आमी आमचेंच पळोवपा जाय हांव कितें बरें आहा वा कितें कशें आहा तें आमी जेन्ना दुसऱ्याचे एक वायट नदरेन पळयता तें आमी सोडून दिवपा जाय आनी एक आमचें पयलीं चिंतपाचें आनी मागीर दुसऱ्याचें बरें चिंतपाचें हें म्हजें.
Yes, very nice, very nice. So, Agostinho is saying is that you always focus on yourself. Don't bother about others. You just focus on your strengths, and it will all be fine. Do we have any other questions? You can please a direct message to me, and I will translate. Nikhil, Anita, do we have any other questions?
No,
Hello, Harish. I don't
Yes.
have a question, but I have a compliment that he is a great actor and a great singer because I heard that song a couple of times. So it was every time I hear and every time it gives me that motivation. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Agostinho, there is a fan of yours
Thank you so
in
much.
the audience.
Okay, thank you.
Any other one? Any other comment or compliment or whatever you want to say? Okay. So I think
Yes, sir. I
Rohit,
just want to say that that after watching Sir's movie, I was really I was really motivated to follow what I really want to do. So thank you, sir. Thank you for motivating all of us.
Okay, thank you so much.
thank you so much. And I got one more comment from audience that that you are the most inspiring person I came across.
Okay.
So you are inspiring a lot of people, Agostinho. Okay, one more question. Do you teach online?
No,
Somebody
sorry.
wants to learn.
No,
Sorry.
online is why I'm not teaching. I cannot explain very clearly, and it is not
Right.
not fair like for me because when we are teaching in front of each other, so that is the best thing to give example.
Correct. Correct. I think music is something which has to be done hands-on.
Yeah,
So,
because it is practical work like.
right. Agree. Correct. All right, Augustino. So thank you so much for joining us, inspiring us, and teaching us about life uh, and the true meaning of what overcoming a disability means. I think you are the best example of how we can overcome a disability. Thank you so much on behalf of TISA. Wishing you all the best. May all your dreams come true, and may we see a 3-hour movie based on your life very soon.
Yeah. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, so over to you, Nikhil. Yeah, Nikhil wants to make one last comment.
Yeah.
Nikhil?
So I just want to say that after looking at his biography by Agostinho, we all have got inspired to launch our own biography on the screen.
Yes.
Oh, wow,
sure.
That's nice. Okay, thank you, Agostinho.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Nikhil, over to you.
Yeah, Harish. Thanks, Harish. So guys, now we are going to have a short break till 2:30 p.m. So at 2:30, we are going to have a presentation by Rohil Zalke on preparing for the challenges in our future. So we're going to have a 50-minute break. So see you all at 2:30 p.m. Yeah, have a great lunchtime. Yeah. Okay, guys, then see you all at 2:30 p.m. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.